Good morning, everybody. This is the Oskar Quentin Show, where I take calls from the general public on TikTok Live, and we talk about politics and stuff like that. There's probably going to be a bunch of people upset about Abdul Al-Sayed beating Haley Stevens for the primary for the Democratic ticket in Michigan. So that'll probably come up. What else is going on? Mitch McConnell is still nowhere to be found, and the deadline has passed. I've been complaining about that for a while. Anyway, we'll get into the calls soon here. If you're watching this after the fact on YouTube, you can find a pinned comment that'll tell you when the first call starts, as well as some more comprehensive timestamps in the description. I'm going to get the multi-guest request queue open and get my backup account in the corner so people on TikTok can follow that. If I catch one of those TikTok bans like I briefly did yesterday, some people know what happened yesterday. Some bad stuff happened on the show yesterday, but that's okay. That's going to happen sometimes. Where? Oh, I'm logged into the wrong account. That's why I can't see me. What should we do? Oskar Quentin 2 or Oskar Quentin Music today? I think we're going to do Oskar Quentin 2. Yeah, let's do that. Let us see. There we go. Accept. Join and mute. There we go. There we go. Nobody in the producer chair today, so I'm on my own, and I'm going to be distracted and difficult to reach, but I've got the Discord open, so hopefully we'll be able to get the sort of things that we need. Anyway, what is there to talk about on this particular... My goodness. I feel like I've been awake for hours, which I have, but my brain rebooted the moment I started the show. I'm like all tongue-tied. Oh, I remember what it is. I had a couple of people to thank for buying me a coffee that came in overnight. I was on Parker's stream yesterday for quite a while, and I hello to all the Parker fans, if there's any Parker fans watching. But Mike sent me $50 on buying me a coffee, like in the middle of the night. So thank you, Mike. I really appreciate you. He didn't have a message, so I just want to make sure that he gets his thank you on the VOD, because that's $50. That goes for paying Jessie or Raven to help me run the show. Goes for gear. Goes for my cost of living. Not much else than those things. Someone sent me $25. Their username is someone. I don't actually know what their name is. And they did leave a message. They said, your debates are really informative, and you, like me, don't take anyone's shit, and I appreciate that. That is kind of the approach here. I try not to take anybody's shit at all. I try to keep it pretty fucking chill. I try to keep it, chill all the time if I can. If people are nice to me, I'll be nice to them back. But if they start giving me shit, they'll start getting shit from me, because I don't like taking shit from anybody. That's actually not true. Sometimes I very carefully take shit so that we can get to a more productive place in the conversation. But I think I know what the messenger means, which is that, like, I don't let bullshit slide on the show. That's really the thing. Anna Kaniak sent $5 to say, loved you on Parker's Live yesterday. Big W. Thank you for the YouTube super chat. Appreciate that very much. Yeah, it was very fun. I had a really, really fun time on Parker's Live yesterday. He let me on for a super long time, like 3 hours, which was like really, really kind of him. And I do hope to see some new people from that watching over on TikTok, because I have from the very beginning, knowing that my debate style is similar enough to Parker and Dean's, I have reasonably carefully picked a time slot that doesn't interfere with either of them. But now that I'm going sometimes 4 hours instead of 2 hours, I tend to bump up into Parker, and it's pushing Dean later in the evening. Good morning, Scout. How are you? Are we going to have a good show today? I don't know. I think we're going to talk to Keemokazzi, who's kind of soft banned for being unproductive, but we'll see what he wants to talk about today. He's 18.
Yo, Oscar, man. It's been a while, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has been a little while. What's going on? What's going on in Keemokazzi land? You're 18 years old, right?
Yeah. I've actually been working, so I haven't been.
Good. But I do expect you probably still have some unreasonable political beliefs.
Wait, so you got on with Parker?
Yeah, I was on Parker's show yesterday.
Oh, nice. He let you on his live?
For 3 hours.
You were debating with him or what?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it was fun.
Well, it's good to see you're starting to move up somewhere,
Yeah, no, it's lots of co-hosts have given me, hand-ups along the way. That's been a big part of my growth, is people spotting me and thinking that I deserve a slightly bigger viewership than I already have. So lots of people have done that for me, and I really do appreciate Parker's support. But Keemokazzi, you know the thing we talk about every time you're on the show, which is that you believe a big set of completely unreasonable things, and I just cannot understand how you come to your conclusions about reality. And you always say that it is that you listen to smart people who aren't delusional, and we've never been able to figure out why it is that the people that you think are smart and not delusional are telling you that the earth is flat, that we never went to the moon, and that any evidence for Trump being a bad president is made up. Which makes you quite the brick wall to talk to, buddy. It's real hard to have a conversation with you about anything. So what's the direction today?
Can you show me we went to the moon? Like, actual, real proof? Like...
The last time we spoke, I mentioned that there was a creator who had taken every piece of documentation of the most recent Artemis mission, which includes mission control audio, videos taken by the crew, live streams done from space to national television, and put them all into the same timeline so you can see the incredible continuity with which all of these sources from all of these different devices have amazing continuity across that time domain, which is something that AI really fails to do when we try to ask. Like, you can't even have AI. Like, here's an example. You could take the hundreds of hours of this show that exist and tell AI to give you a camera angle from over there, seeing what I look like from over there, and it wouldn't be able to figure out, even with what's in this picture, it wouldn't do a very good job of giving a camera angle that's consistent with what's all this clutter that I have in the background. AI's terrible at that, and spaceships are way more cluttered than my home studio. So I think that that's really, really good evidence that the Artemis mission was real, and they didn't land on the moon, but they circumnavigated it. They went around it.
So you think that's very good evidence that they did, or they didn't?
I think that that's very good evidence that the Artemis mission went as NASA announced it went. Which is the Artemis mission didn't land on the moon. They went around the moon. But you've told me numerous times that mission was made up and fake.
Yeah, it was 100% fake.
Well, why do you think that, Keemokazzi?
One of the astronauts was literally an actor, dude. Come on.
I'm an actor. I was a theater kid. Somebody could say that Oskar Quentin debate host guy. Did you know he's just an actor?
He was in a show, gang.
What?
He was in a show or a movie. I don't even remember.
I've been in movies.
Which movies?
I can't dox myself.
You haven't been in any movies.
Okay, I don't care if you believe me, but the point is, somebody could. I talk all the time about my history as a theater kid. I don't want to. I don't want to like dox the theater like all my friends from when I was a teenager. But like, again, do you really need to doubt the fact that I have acting experience, whether or not it's true? I'm just pointing out that somebody can be an actor and something else.
Okay.
Right. So why you're saying that because one of the astronauts had history in acting as a career, that means that everything I just said about Artemis is made up?
Yes, she's an actor. They're all actors. They all get their family's lives threatened, so they won't come out about it. And yeah, that's literally it, bro. It's just terrible. It's absolutely terrible.
That's not just I don't know how you get from knowing that he did some acting to the entire mission was fake. Why is that the conclusion?
Look at her, gang. You could see their interviews. They didn't even know what they were talking about, bro.
Okay, Keemokazzi, I know I try to kid glove you most of the time, and I will remind my audience that I'm talking to a misguided 18-year-old, and I just retired from being a high school teacher to run this show. So I just have to say to you, Keemokazzi, I genuinely don't believe you have the tools necessary to assess whether or not an astronaut is talking about something that makes sense. I think that it doesn't make sense to you, and then you're saying that therefore they're not making any sense. But I think that there's lots of times when people talk about things that I don't understand, and I know that the reason that they're not making sense to me is because of knowledge that I lack.
They weren't making sense. I'm saying they looked like idiots. They didn't say anything. They didn't know what to say. They didn't even know why they were on the stage.
I don't understand how, like if you want to bring me footage of an astronaut and say that this astronaut in the footage looks like they don't know what they're talking about, please do, because we're sitting here imagining what this was like, and I don't even know what interview you're talking about. But I've never seen an astronaut behave incompetently on the television. Quite frankly, it's one of the most if you're going to tell me nothing about a person other than their job title, there might be no job title other than astronaut that suggests to me so much that a person is competent. You know what I mean? If I learn that somebody was a waiter, means that that means they probably have a good short-term memory. That means they probably have good customer service skills. That means some things about a person. But if a person is an astronaut, they're probably a highly intelligent, academically accomplished, hardworking, well-focused, healthy person.
Well, if you want me to get the clips, I can.
I really do. I would prefer that to sitting here and just, talking to the brick wall that you are, because you just claim to have seen things that convince you that NASA has never. Do you think that NASA has ever gone to space?
Nope.
You don't think
they've probably gone to space. I don't know about. I don't even think they've gone to space. I don't even know.
What about the International Space Station? It's been orbiting with continuous human presence on it for like 20 years.
Maybe.
Why do you say maybe?
Maybe because I don't know about it.
But I don't think that you know much about the Artemis mission, and I don't know
I do. I watched it.
I mean, here. Let's Scout. I love you, but don't bump into my hand when I'm using my computer mouse. Sorry, my cat's getting in the way. Let's go to YouTube, and I want to try something with you. Can we try something together?
Okay.
I want to find an interview with a NASA astronaut who went on the Artemis mission of the sort you're talking about, where they just didn't know what they were talking about at all, right? What do I search? What's the search term?
For what? Reset that? Sorry,
You just said that there's interviews of the Artemis astronauts making no sense. What do I search to find it?
Hey, search up Artemis mission astronaut interviews.
Gosh, can't type today either. Okay, perhaps you'll recognize the thumbnail and you can help me pick one. Which of these videos is it? Which of these should I click? Here they are on The Late Show, Jimmy Fallon, CNN. You want me to keep scrolling?
Go down to where it's her alone.
Her alone. Okay. Well, I think I see maybe a little bit of what's going on here.
There's got to be a clip on there of her alone on stage.
Okay. Well, here.
Try that one. Try that one.
Which one?
The one with all four of them on stage.
This one here, the CBS News one.
Try that one. Click on it.
Okay. This is a 40-minute video, so I don't know exactly how we're going to... Also, Keemokazzi, I think you'll be honest with me. Are people trolling?
Expertise.
Can you hear it?
Being all around.
Can you hear the audio from the video?
No, I can't hear it.
What is going on with the guests not being able to hear the audio? This is kind of a catastrophic issue for looking at resources on the show, because right here we are now wanting to judge whether or not an astronaut is good at speaking.
Oh yeah, this is it. There's clips in here of it.
Right. Okay, but you can't hear it because it seems that the TikTok software is broken in some way that makes you not able to hear it, which is quite frustrating. Let's not play on TV. Let's play. Let's get rid of chat replay. There we go. Okay, the audience can hear it, but yeah, that's not. But this isn't about the audience. This is about you hearing it. I think the homework assignment then has to be, if you can't hear the audio, Keemokazzi, which is very frustrating. I think that the homework assignment has to be for you to go find this video from CBS with the Artemis 2 crew speaks publicly for the first time, and for you to give me a timestamp to watch from, so that you've seen it, and then I can play it for the audience, and then we can talk about it. Do you want to do that?
Yeah, sounds good.
Can you go do that right now? So that you can come back during this episode, and everybody who saw this conversation up to this point can have some continuity with it.
All right, yeah, I got you. Give me like 15 minutes because I gotta go grab my laptop, get it all set up. All right.
Okay. Remember, CBS News. This video was posted. This was streamed on April 11th. Artemis 2 crew speaks publicly for the first time since successful moon mission. That's the video, and just give me a timestamp, and then we're gonna watch. I'd like for you to find a timestamp where we can watch, say, 1 minute to 90 seconds from there, and then we can assess it together. Do you want to do that? Mm-hmm. Okay. I'm gonna let you go, so you can go do that. Thank you, Keemokazzi. I do see Ari in the chat. It's a new problem. Because normally, historically, the TikTok studio passes desktop audio through, and I'm using a hardware mixer to pass audio in. So then Windows audio gets mixed with that. My microphone is just my mixer's audio, and then the desktop audio gets passed through in the default way, and the same on OBS for the YouTube stream. So I don't know what's going on. Law of the Wild thinks he's not coming back. I don't know. I wish we could watch it happen live, but I'm curious to see what it would be like for him to scrub around in that video and try to find evidence of what exactly he was talking about, because he always just says that there's let's see, is there an echo? And not get an echo. Oh, sorry, I'm just looking at the wrong chat. Sorry, everybody. Operational difficulties today. I don't know what I'm doing. No, I just don't have my producer in the chair. Me alone today. Jazz Braincat sent $2 to say Drumpf is an actor, so his entire admin is bullshit. Well, yeah, it's just the thing. It's like a reality TV star. Been watching the VOD for a while. I'd love an American flag in the background because I hate that MAGA has co-opted a thing that represents all of us, says Big Duck for $5 on YouTube Super Chat. I have considered adding to the flag tapestry behind, because I just found this this Minnesota Rebel Ludden flag at the Pride Festival here in Minneapolis, and I liked it, so I bought it. But I'm thinking about doing more flags and graphics and stuff in the background, and I've been thinking about hanging an American flag upside down, which really upsets the chuds. But I think that is the appropriate way to hang it, given what is going on in the government. Because hanging the flag of somewhere upside down is the distress symbol. It means that the thing that flag represents is in peril. And I think that the federal government is in peril of being taken over by a bunch of fascists. So I think that would be the appropriate way. Maybe I'll do that. Perhaps I'll buy a United States flag that's the same size as the ICE flag, and that'll be part of the background. Because I mean, it's already good rage bait that they call it a Somalian flag. Like, that's hilarious to me. We did the gag yesterday of putting the Somali flag up and being like, all right, let's spot the similarities and spot the difference. Different shade of blue, star with different number of points on it. Same number of points is on the American flag. And then I pointed out that the similarities that the ICE flag shares, some of them are shared with the United States flag. That's also a flag that has the color blue and white stars, or at least one white star. But anyway, the Marquise asks how my day is going. My day is going great. I slept very well. I woke up very early, got some chores done, got some exercise for the dog in before dropping her off with the sitter for the day. It's going very well. Appreciate you for asking. Cool David over on Venmo sent me $5 to say Trump is an actor, therefore he's fake and everything about his presidency is fake. Also Reagan. I almost considered bringing up Reagan, but fucking Keemokazzi doesn't know who Reagan is. Let's be real. He went to he's 18, which means he didn't have middle school because of COVID. That's what's going on with Keemokazzi, among other things. Of course, there's a lot of, he's brain rot incarnate. And I've told him that. He knows that. He knows I think that about him. Mark sent me $1 to say Brian May is a renowned astrophysicist, but he's just the guitarist from Queen. I'm a fucking musician myself. Like, people can't do two things. Come on. Not to mention that astronauts like have a PR position in their job. Like, part of what their job is to do is communicate about NASA's work to the American people, to the general public, to educate the general public about science, to live stream into news networks from the space station or after landing in the Pacific Ocean or whatever they do. So like, when you look at the job qualifications of an astronaut, it's so multifaceted, it's so multidisciplinary. That's why I say that I can't think of a job title that suggests to me that a person is more competent than is suggested to me by somebody being an astronaut. Because I'm sitting here having a PR job. I'm doing a performance thing. I'm doing a public facing thing. This is just one of the hats that an astronaut has to wear. So anyway, they don't debate. Maybe that's its own skill, but like, seriously, it makes perfect sense that somebody who had that sort of thing on their resume, I bet he has all sorts of, or he or she, I don't know which of the astronauts is an actor or was an actor. I'm sure they have all sorts of interesting things on their resume that aren't like exactly being an astronaut. The Great Jay sent $5 on YouTube super chat to say, please perma-ban Keemo. He's gaming. You can hear his controller in the background. He's not even funny, dumb, just dumb and unwilling to learn. That's kind of why he was like soft banned, because I just keep telling him, like, I'm not really interested in debating the politics of this or that when like your most basic tools for looking at what's true or false are just arbitrary, like completely run on vibe. You know, like, if like he's got nothing other than trust me, bro. Max sent me $20 on Buy Me a Coffee to say just saw you on Parker's Live. Bravo. Thank you, Max. I appreciate you very much. Lucky Phil sent $2 to say Donald Trump was an actor. Checkmate. Yeah, somebody else got there first. Well, that's just the thing, that the chat filled up with the obvious counter arguments to the things that Keemokazzi says, because there's just, you know, it's the same argument for everything. It's just, nah, bro. That's all he's got to say. Curtis sent $5 on Venmo to say, from Talbot Banyan, what do you think of the Michigan Senate primary? I'm glad El Sayed won. Yeah, I mentioned that at the beginning. He's the more progressive candidate, and I am excited about seeing more progressive candidates take Democratic nomination roles, because at the end of the day, like, if we win, I'm very concerned about the midterms. I just don't want Republicans to have control of the Senate after the midterms or the House after the midterms. I think that's achievable, and that's really important for what happens in the second half of Trump's term. But like, separately, I consider it a win that even though Haley Stevens would also be, another perfectly good blue ticket for making sure that Trump gets an impeachment trial, so we can at least see the Senate try to convict him, even if they don't, because I think that'd be good for the PR. Bad for the PR of Trump, good for America, for people to watch another impeachment trial, even if he doesn't get convicted and removed. Although she's a senator, so she'd be participating in the trial, not voting for it. My point is, that'd be a win either way, but I consider it a bigger win to have a more progressive candidate. I have not looked enough at El Said's platform to say whether I give him a hard endorsement, because I'll give any Democrat, mostly any Democrat, a soft endorsement where I can say this is the better of two candidates. But for me to say that I'm really excited about a candidate like James Tallarico, the bar is very fucking high. So I will be careful and not give him my hard endorsement. But I am excited because he was clearly the preferable candidate between the two. I just haven't looked too much deeper than some of their surface level policies. Really what it is that as much as I think I probably will give him a hard endorsement is supposed to mean a lot coming from me, so I'm very, very fucking careful about giving them. So don't think that I'm not giving him a hard endorsement. I just the amount I need to be educated about a candidate to offer a hard endorsement is a lot, so I'm just not quite there with him. Emily, thank you very much for the galaxy. Ooh, Ari's here. Morning, Ari.
Hello, good morning. So TikTok audio is very annoying because they keep changing the settings, and not only that, but not everyone has the same system of settings. So like Polypolitics and I have two different settings on TikTok Studio for some reason for audio, like even though it's the same program. So it could be a couple of things. If it's the one that like how it's set up on, or TikTok has it downloaded on mine, you won't be able to fix it while you're live. You have to shut down, restart it. It's only out of, you can't be live to change it. But go into your audio mixer within TikTok. And then what are the three, do you have three or more options?
I have microphone, speaker, and then media.
Yeah, is there a drop down for media?
There is not. It just lists sound effects, because the way it handles...
Yeah.
Oh wait, here we go under microphones, because I have my hardware interface, like I said, that's handling my microphone on this. But then I have my mixer for desktop audio, which for me is it shows that the bar is filling, and that should be what the caller is hearing. So I'm not sure if it's a setting I can change in here. Though I am also redoing my sound setup very soon because I'm moving studios in a few days. Temporarily, so I can redo this apartment and get everything right. Because I've been thinking about just getting a proper mix, like on my end, and then passing that as the lone microphone signal, so that TikTok's not allowed to touch my audio. Because most of the problems I have are caused by TikTok and OBS disagreeing about how they handle the signal I'm sending them. But
from experience, you'll still have to modify the settings in TikTok audio. I'm now on my third audio, like virtual audio mixer. So you still have to mess with things in TikTok, and you still can come up with some issues because TikTok is just it's a very...
Well, if I do a bunch of pre-processing, if I do like noise reduction and compression before it gets to TikTok and stuff, I'll have to tell TikTok to do nothing. I'll have to like turn off all of the noise reduction and stuff like that. But yeah, I might do like a super fans only stream or something just to mess around and get people's opinion on how things sound, because I do need to make improvements, and I know you and I've talked about it a little bit. I'm also working on passing off phone number calls so I can have guest callers, but I'm going the extra mile. I'm passing the phone callers through a burner TikTok account. I'm not passing them up through desktop audio. I have figured that out. I just need to get it set up.
Oh, that makes sense. That's actually kind of cool.
Well, so the thing is, you need for like production purposes, I bought a second iPhone just to have a B camera that's like also a flagship iPhone, but this is a spare iPhone that I can run TikTok on, and I'm going to pass audio into it through a sound card so that my Google Voice account presents to me live on the air as another TikTok account calling in. And most days I have somebody sitting in the desk on the other side of the room doing like live production tasks for me, so they'll be able to like, do that. For me, I won't have to pay any attention to it. They'll just show up in my queue. That's the plan anyway.
Okay. That's pretty cool. Yeah, so if you don't have the option, which it sounds like yours is like mine, so that setting wheel at the top of, right next to your minimize option. Mm-hmm. So within there, that's where your additional audio settings are going to be. So like you can go ahead and look and then just click that settings wheel and then click down to audio. And then I assume that's where your multi-guest options are.
Yes. During co-host or multi-guest allow creators to guest to hear. Oh, there it is. Where, see, because the last time I dealt with this problem, that was still ticked. So I've been there and thought that I'd handled that, but that may have fixed the problem completely. Maybe we can watch with Keemokazzi when he comes back. Thank you, TikTok, for changing my settings while I wasn't looking. And thank you, Ari, for telling me where to look.
You have the same settings as mine right now, which is funny. Polly has the opposite settings where everything's just in the audio mixer at the bottom instead of the settings wheel.
Yeah.
It is so...
Well, because it was like 2 weeks ago I ran into this problem, and they said it was very quiet, but because I have speaker cans, it's possible there was a little crosstalk and they were just hearing it through the microphone. But tell me now, can you hear it?
When we saw Tiny Earth,
Yep.
You can hear it?
That fixed it.
Problem solved. WRA.
All right. Well, there we go. There's my tech solving for the day.
What good timing. Keemokazzi's back.
Oh, okay, cool. You could drop me down and then just check my message later.
Yeah. I saw the red dot on Discord. I'll hit you up later today.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Ari. All right, good. Keemokazzi's back. He has a timestamp, and I think we can listen to it together, which would be preferable than the way I was planning on doing it. Keemokazzi, I think we solved it. I think you're going to be able to hear it with everybody else. I just need, I do want that timestamp, though. Do you have it?
Nah, I told you I wasn't able to get my laptop. That's what I was saying.
Okay. So there's a most replayed section on this video. I think that's a sensible spot to start. Do you want, and that's kind of where we were just looking a second ago, but I think I've solved it. I think you should be able to hear it. Do you want to watch her speak?
I could hear it. I was in here the whole time.
Well, you could hear it as an audience member, but now you're a guest, and the problem is that the guests couldn't hear it.
All right, play it then.
people asked our crew
Really quick, can you hear it?
Yep.
Good.
what impressions we had. And honestly, what struck me wasn't necessarily just Earth, it was all the blackness around it. Earth was just this lifeboat hanging undisturbingly in the universe.
She sounds like an idiot.
Uh-oh. So I may have not learned, I know I haven't learned, everything that this journey has yet to teach me. But there's one new thing I know, and that is, planet Earth, you are a crew. Thank you.
Okay, yeah. So so it seems that I probably, is that the clip that you were looking at earlier?
Mm-hmm.
Keem, you there?
Can you not hear me?
I didn't hear you a second ago. Is that the clip? Is that the section you were talking about?
Yep.
She paused for 5 seconds while waxing philosophically about what it was like to view Earth from space. Got a little embarrassed, smiled, the audience encouraged her, and she continued, and you think she's not a competent astronaut because that happened?
Nope. She doesn't seem confident. She doesn't seem like she knows what she's talking about.
Did you watch this entire speech, or did you see just that clip, like as a short on TikTok or something?
Like a bunch of different clips.
No, but have you watched her through a lens other than people who think that this mission was fake, showing you her at her worst moments? Because here, let me ask you this, Keemokazzi. Do you think I'm articulate?
Not really.
You don't think that I'm articulate?
No.
Okay. I was gonna say that you can definitely find me being inarticulate. In fact, I fumbled it when I started the show today. Like, everybody was watching live, and I like biffed my intro, and I thought, fuck it, I'll just do it again, because I can just cut it in post. Like, I'm gonna cut the first 5 seconds of today's show, because I like fucked up saying my own name or something when I was saying the Oskar Quentin show. Like, shit happens. Do you think you're articulate?
I don't know.
I don't think you're judging her fairly.
Why?
Because I don't think having a public speaking gaffe means you're bad at your job. I don't think that having one public speaking gaffe in a 40-minute video, I don't think she's talking for the whole thing, But I bet that if we go here, you know, like looking at the curve where people watch this over and over and over again, it looks like there's a part that people are really interested that we just watched. But if I go back earlier, she was talking for a few minutes. Let's see how she was talking earlier. I just picked a random spot. I haven't watched this interview, by the way.
And they work together, but they eat together too. So, you know, they're a crew. And boats have crews. You know, you're a crew if you're on a boat. Helps if you have a paddle. That'll be good. That'll make you a crew. But the last 10 days, I've gotten a little bit of a better answer on that question. A crew is people or, you know, a group that is in it all the time, no matter what, that is stroking together every minute with the same purpose, that is willing to sacrifice silently for each other, that gives grace, that holds accountable. A crew has the same cares and the same needs. And
so, like, look, I used to teach public speaking. She's not getting a 10 out of 10 here. I'll give you that. Like, completely. You know, this...
Yeah, she's a real... Every other dude that was up there spoke pretty well besides her.
Okay, so one of the 4 people on the Artemis mission doesn't get a 10 out of 10 from Oskar Quentin for public speaking, but she's making an analogy about how being on a crew and being so closely knit and having the same mission, like that's how we should all think about life together on Earth. I actually really like that analogy. I think that's really beautiful. I wish she'd done a better job delivering it. Do you think that one of the 4 astronauts on a NASA mission not performing particularly well during public speech is an indication that NASA is a grand conspiracy to lie to you about the moon landing?
Listen. When they asked her to explain what it was like in space, she couldn't explain it. Like, she couldn't describe what she saw because it didn't happen, gang. She didn't know anything. I was doubting eyewitness testimony for cases on this show, and you said that eyewitness testimony was perfect because people could remember what they saw perfectly. So you're again just making up an argument that's inconsistent with things that you've said on this show in the past. And I will remind my audience that to test your eyewitness testimony, I used a random word generator to generate 10 random words, and then I read those 10 words to you and asked you which one was the 4th word that I said, and you said the wrong one, and then confidently asserted that was not good evidence that your eyewitness testimony was bad. Well, I actually got it right, but...
You didn't. It's in the VOD, buddy. Do you want to do it again?
Yeah, I do.
You want to do it again? All right, we're going to do it again.
I literally said, I told you I said the wrong one, and then I said the right one after that because I missed.
No, we tried it twice and you failed both times. Okay, the words are ant, reward, cylinder, flourish, cheese, high, freckle, scale, robot, bride. What was the 6th word?
No, I said you got to show me the words on the screen. So
why are you changing the rules?
I want 10 seconds to memorize them.
No, you're making it easier because you failed last time. I'm going to give you 10 new words. Here's the problem, Keemokazzi. You don't get to get ready in real life when there's a crime about to happen in front of you. It gets sprung on you by complete surprise. The 10 words are helpless, equal, environmental, harsh, gain, seminar, button, whip, bleed, pity. Are you ready to be asked which number word I'm going to want?
Yeah.
The 7th.
Pity.
Pity was the last word. The 7th word was button.
Oh, shoot.
Okay, yeah. So you see the problem here, dude.
Can you say them slower? Why'd you say them so fast?
Sure, I'll say them a little slower. The 10 words are draw, nursery, thanks, raw, study, float, attract, block, colon, appointment. What is the 5th word that I said?
Draw.
The 5th word that I said is study. And draw was the 1st word, dude.
I saw you switch them up, man.
I can't switch them. There's no way to drag these around.
There's no way.
All I'm doing is generating a new random word. Let's do it your way. You have 10 seconds to memorize them. Go.
Okay.
What's the 8th word?
Hold on. Mosquito.
The 8th word is immediate.
Oh my gosh, bro. What is this game?
Okay, what's going on right now Like this, you just said, what is this gang? And I think what you're asking about is like what's happening to you right now. And this is what it's like to be wrong. And it's just really important for you to be okay with that. It's not, you're not in trouble, Keemokazzi. It's okay. Like, I'm not mad at you. I'm super not mad at you.
I'm talking about this. Not. Oh my God. I'm talking about like this. Like, what is this? Like, that is stupid, gang. How is anyone supposed to memorize that? Bring one of your mods up.
I'm not. No, but here, Keemokazzi, I'm not judging you. I think I would fail this test. I'm not trying to judge your intellect. I'm just saying that people's immediate recollection of just what happened in front of them a moment ago is not perfect.
Like, that's different from like watching something happen, though. Like, watching something happen is different from memorizing words, gang.
I even misread the word. It wasn't, somebody pointed out in the chat. It's not, the word's not immediate. The word is intermediate. I misread it. My point is not that you are, I'm not judging you. I'm judging people generally. I think that I would fail this test. I might, I might get it right. I don't know. But my point is, I'm not confident that I would get it right. I'm not saying that you are an unusually stupid person. I'm saying that this is a test that shows that people in general are stupid in certain ways. And in general, they're stupid in ways that make eyewitness testimony a little bit unreliable.
My point is that watching something happen in real life and memorizing numbers is words is completely different.
Okay, hold on. Let me find something. I'm gonna try a new one, okay? I actually really like running tests on you. It's kind of fun. It's academic for everybody, I think.
Yeah, smart I am.
Yeah, well, it's not about how smart you are. It's about how confident you are about your intellectual abilities and how inconsistent that is with the way that you it's so inconsistent with the way that you judge other people's actions, like the way that you're judging her while you flounder just as hard to answer this very basic test.
Yeah, right. I guess. Show me a video and I'll memorize what happened.
That's what I'm doing. I'm looking for a good example video. Okay. Here, let's mute this because we don't need audio for the way that I want to run this test.
Alright, I just turned off my game. That's why I wasn't really logged in.
Yeah, dude, that's another thing that people are kind of upset with you about. You don't give me your full attention, and it makes you not the...
I'm giving you full attention now. Locked in. Yeah, I got to stop playing Fortnite, bro. Like, I'm locked in.
Okay, fine. You're gonna lock in. You ready?
Yep.
Lock in for 10 seconds. You ready?
What do I do?
Just look at the screen.
Okay.
All right, you locked in?
Yep.
It's a 13-second video. We're going to watch it together. Some people walking down the street. All right. Are you ready for my questions?
Yeah.
Okay. In this video, there's an elderly woman who's walking towards frame. She's wearing a red shirt. I want you to tell me any other detail you can about her.
She had gray hair.
Yeah, the old woman with a red shirt had gray hair, correct. Give me one other piece of clothing or an accessory that she has.
She was wearing like
What color's her jacket?
I don't know the color. Her boots were like she was wearing like those slim like boots, you know?
Okay. So the woman wearing the red shirt is this elderly woman wearing the red shirt. We can't see her boots, and her jacket is blue.
There was like 20 different women.
I said there's an old woman walking center frame towards the camera, and I picked her out while we were watching the video because I thought, oh, perfect, she's so well center framed. The way, if I said there's an elderly woman walking towards center frame, that couldn't mean anybody but her. So
Okay.
I don't expect you to do that well. This isn't a test to show that you're stupid. I think almost anybody would fail that test. I think you'd have to be unusually intelligent to pass a test like that. And I think that you think I'm trying to dog on you.
That's not how eyewitness testimony works, bro.
Tell me then, how does eyewitness testimony work, Keemokazzi?
Not like that. You don't sit there and watch 100 different people walk at you and you memorize what they're...
No. What happens is, instead of watching a 10-second video where you're locked in and trying to understand it, what happens is you walk down the street for 10 seconds and then 2 weeks later, a police officer asks you what she was wearing. It's harder in real life. I teed it up to make it as easy as possible. You got to give it your full attention. You tried as hard as you could to memorize a 10-second video, and oftentimes investigators have to sit down with people and ask them about something that happened last week.
They're different, though. It's definitely different in person.
Pedestrians who are hit by cars in hit and runs where the car drives away often report that the car was a different color than it was.
That's something you memorize. You want to know why? Because it's a core memory, and that core memory stick with you. You know
Then why do pedestrians who are hit by cars that then flee the scene report that the car is a different color than it is?
Because they're idiots. Not my fault.
See, but isn't that in conflict with what you just told me about how people's memories work?
No, because everyone's memory is different, but normally, like...
Right, but because some people's memories work in that way, if somebody tells me that they remember something confidently and specifically, you confidently and specifically remembered boots in a video that, never mind which person we were looking at. No, I don't think any... Okay, there's some boots in the distance. Look, let's see. Are there any boots in this video? Spot some boots for me.
Yeah, there's boots right there.
Where?
Seen plenty of boots. Good people see.
Why are you so unwilling to admit that you are wrong about people being dependable when they say they remember what they saw?
Because some people like to lie. That's why.
How you doing, Midwest?
Hey, bud, how are you?
I'm not doing so good. I'm having a hard time with Keem.
Yeah, can I ask Keemo a couple of questions?
Please do.
Sure. Keemo, what did you have for dinner last night?
Don't worry about it. Why it matter?
No, it's a thought experiment. It's a hypothetical.
I ate a soft taco bake.
From where? Did you make it yourself?
Homemade, yeah. My mom made it.
It was homemade. Where did you buy all the ingredients for that soft taco bake?
Walmart.
At Walmart? What day did you go to Walmart to get all those ingredients?
What day is it right now? Tuesday? So we went on Monday.
On Monday. And what did you have for dinner on Monday?
I had spaghetti.
What did you watch on TV on Monday?
Outer Banks.
Outer Banks. Now, what about last Thursday? What did you have for dinner last Thursday?
Last Thursday? Hold on, give me a second. I had Chick-fil-A.
You had Chick-fil-A. What time did you eat Chick-fil-A?
Probably like around the same time, 5 to 6.
Probably around 5 to 6, or it was around 5 to 6. Are you guessing because you usually eat between 5 or 6?
I'm not guessing. That's just what time I eat. So yeah.
That's what time. And then so nothing else happened. Then maybe you got delayed.
Could have.
Could have, but you don't remember for sure, do you?
No, because that's. No, I do remember. I do remember eating at 5 to 6. It was like probably like 5:30 when I ate.
Okay. What color shoes were you wearing on Thursday?
My white Air Forces.
Your white Air Forces. And you said you went to Wendy's, right?
I said Chick-fil-A.
You said Chick-fil-A? And you wore your Air Forces.
Mm-hmm.
What's the last movie you saw in the theater?
It's called
Gaming again. I can hear your controller, Keem.
I'm not gaming. Swear I'm not gaming. I'm literally walking around my room talking to this thing.
I don't know why they always have to pace. They can't just sit down for a conversation.
Nah, I ain't gonna judge them for that. I pace when I'm on other people's lives.
It's easier to just walk around than just sit still.
Yeah, so Keemo, what was the last movie you saw in the theater?
It's like it was a horror movie. What was it called?
Wait, no. I think here's the type of question we need. You went to Walmart, right? Did you go to the checkout counter when you did you buy it? Did you use the self checkout or did you go to the checkout counter with a cashier?
Checkout.
What were they wearing? The cashier?
No, self checkout.
Oh, okay. What did you show your receipt to somebody?
I did.
What were they wearing?
So it was a man with a beard, a blonde beard, and he was wearing one of the little Walmart things, the little Walmart.
Yeah, right. They wear a Walmart vest over their street clothes.
He was wearing black pants.
Okay, so given that you failed to answer the question correctly about the elderly woman in the video that you just watched 20 seconds prior to being asked, do you think that there's a chance that you're wrong about what that guy was wearing?
No, because I remember looking at him.
But you remembered looking at the woman in the video.
I talked to him.
Okay. You watched the video and you got it wrong 20 seconds later. Why do you think now, a week later, or I guess 2 days later, because it was Monday, you said you went to Walmart. Why do you think that you must be right in remembering that? Because here's what I think you don't understand about the way that memories work. When you remember something, your brain creates a hallucination of what that experience was like using your memories. And most of what you see in that memory, in your mind's eye, most of what you're picturing is made up in the very same way that I can close my eyes now and pretend they're open because I know what my office looks like.
I'm telling you, it's different in real life than watching a video.
It's not, because the way our brains work, they like to have actual answers. They don't like mysteries. So when you see something and there's parts of it that are missing, your brain fills in those holes. Kind of like Jurassic Park, where they had to fill in the DNA to make it complete. Your brain does that with memories. So I'm going to tell you an anecdotal that happened the other day. So I'm laying in bed, and it's about 3 a.m., and I wake up for no reason. I look over, and I thought my wife's arm was broken in about 4 spots. But what it was the cat was standing on the bed between us, and it was his tail that was curled up. But my brain saw that, and initially it needed to have an answer because we don't like to have unknowns. And so it immediately I know my wife is there. Her arm should be right there, and it looks like all broken. Did she have an accident? What happened? And that's how your brain works, and that's how it works with eyewitness testimony. Is you don't want your brain doesn't want to have incomplete information. It wants a full story, and it'll fill in those blanks for you, and you won't even notice that it happened.
Okay.
So that everyone you've ever talked to is like, I'm 100% sure that I saw this, and then you show them a video. Hey, here's actual video of it. That's not what happened. Think about instant replay in sports. Everyone on one team saw the play and said, that runner's safe. Everybody on the other team said, no. The ball got there before, he is out.
Mm-hmm.
That's all eyewitnesses. Why do we have 20,000 people that saw it one way, 20,000 people that saw it a different way, all in the same spot?
Because people like to lie.
No, it's because our brains are weird. Our brains do things funnily.
Well, and I guess what I'm just not understanding is
that's not a very good example.
But we have so many examples. Keem, I have time and time again shown my audience and you that your brain works this way by giving you simple tests that test whether or not the brain works in the way that you say it does. And if the brain did work in the way that you say it does, you would pass these tests. Anybody would pass these tests. These tests would be easy. If we could just take a photograph with our brain and then look at it, it'd be really easy to remember which word was on the list or whatever thing it is, whatever the person was wearing. But that's just not how our brains work. So why do you still think that brains work that way when I have repeatedly been able to show that your brain doesn't work that way?
Well, what I'm saying is people like to lie during their eyewitness testimony.
No, but you get it wrong. Why do you get these questions wrong? Why do you fail these tests?
I mean, because I wasn't trying.
And that's why you're banned from my show, Keemokazzi. I'm sorry, but I let him go. It's just he's given us like 40% of what little attention he's capable of mustering, and it's just like it's the same thing every time.
I want to give him some homework of go watching My Cousin Vinny.
Appreciate your time, Midwest Progressive.
All right, have a good one. Thanks for having me up.
Love you, buddy. Fucking kid. Curtis, did I read Curtis's Venmo? I don't think I did. Yes, I did. Thank you for the $5 anyway, Curtis. I read it earlier though. Malachi? Is that how I pronounce his name? I don't know. New one for me. For $5 to the guest, Trump couldn't remember the word for video. He called them moving tapes. Does that mean he's incompetent and you should have voted for Harris? It might actually be a symptom of some incompetency with him. That's the type of mistake that most people don't actually make unless they have some sort of dementia. Anyway, I'm not a doctor. I'm just riffing. Trump does appear to be in serious cognitive decline, though. Nicholas sent $2 to say, Jesus Christ, please, someone else call in. Yeah, we've got someone in the queue. We'll get to another call in just a moment. But yeah, there's no point in talking to Keemokazzi. There's nothing that will get him to, even in the moments where I can hear in the tone of his voice that he knows he's wrong, he just falls back to his ego and can't admit it. I hate to call somebody so young as him a lost cause. So from Nicholas Reclusa, Jesus Christ, please somebody else call in. Yeah, Keem, I'm sorry. I'm not going to ban your account. You should watch the show. Like, I want you to be in here. I don't want to ban your account, but I think I'm going to ban you from being on the show because it's just, what is the point, man? Like, I need you to, I'll give you another month if you want to come back and really try to show that you can be intellectually honest, because Keem, I am wrong often on the show. Sometimes I say something and the chat goes, just fills up and says Oscar's wrong, and I go, oh shit, how did I get this wrong? And then we look at it together and we get to see me be vulnerable about the fact that I'm not immortal, I'm not Superman, I'm not, some super genius that's like gonna remember everything perfectly. Like, we are humans, we make mistakes. That's important to recognize to be able to judge people fairly. And I want to judge you fairly, but you're not really willing to engage with that. And it's not, the gag gets old. It's a little entertaining for people that you fail the tests, but the only reason it's entertaining is because you thought you would pass them, and you still think you passed them even though you did fail them, or you still assert that you passed them even though you failed them, because nobody is upset with you for passing the tests. It's not embarrassing. I think I would fail these tests. These tests are designed to show that humans are unreliable. Sorry, I just plead with the kid. I worry for the mistakes he'll make thinking the way he does. I really do. Lucky Phil sent $2 on Buy Me a Coffee to say, Christina Koch gave an awkward emotional speech less than 24 hours after landing, not a technical briefing. It's an electrical engineer and a physicist who spent 328 days in space and completed 6 spacewalks. The male crew members also said they struggled to find words. She's also a corny public speaker. Fuck, nobody's perfect. Yeah, I like the analogy. Her delivery was pretty corny. It's a guy I could just be honest about. Like, fuck's sake. It's not like gonna pretend it fucking matters, but Keemokazzi is just going to look at that, paint his entire opinion about that poor woman based on that. I know that he happens to hold some serious misogyny and sexist behaviors and opinions, and that's like, yeah. I think the people clipping her and showing her to Keemokazzi probably also think that a woman is just an easy target to make fun of astronauts, and it's just reprehensible. He doesn't know what he's falling for. It breaks my fucking heart. Malachi, thank you for the additional buck. It's pronounced Malakai. Thank you for the buck. Like Children of the Corn, that episode of Futurama where Bender is floating through space with small society on him. Oh yeah. I gotta watch some Futurama. We're gonna talk to Sky, who's been screaming in the chat to get on the show. After I get through the YouTube super chats, which I almost forgot because I missed a message earlier from Hex, who said, halfway through the week, will we find out anything about the surprise you've had in store today? Well, I've been calling it a surprise sometimes. I've been announcing it other times. I am moving setups temporarily so I can redo this apartment, because the long and short of it is that I can't do improvements to this tiny apartment that I live in that take longer than a day, because the show goes live every single day. So if I'm going to really redo all this big setup that I'm sitting in, and I want to be able to build some furniture and do all that stuff, so we're going to move off site, which, because we're moving into a new studio off site, I'll be able to set that one up better. And then when I come back here, it'll be even further improved. So that's the plan. Great J says, please permaban Keemo. He's gaming. You can hear his controller in the background. He's not even funny. Dumb. Oh, I already read that one. I just forgot to mark it. But thank you again for the $5. And thank Matt for becoming a member over on YouTube. He gets to be in the members only stream Sunday evenings, possibly also other times, but usually Sunday evenings. AJ sent $2 to say traumatic events are even harder to remember. Yeah, there's something about testosterone, or not testosterone, adrenaline, makes your memory. I'm not going to get it right, but it's in the super short term, it's better, but in the long term, it's worse, or something like that. It affects your memory positively in some way, negatively in some other way. But again, just still very unreliable. ER Graham sent $2 to say Keemokazzi is eligible for jury duty. That's why I fucking take seriously the fact that his brain works that way. And we should Malachi. I think that the phonetic spelling that Malachi, is it Malachi? Now I'm glossed again because the chat disagrees with the spelling that they put there. They put a phonetic spelling that suggests to me that it's 4 syllables. Please clarify. You can clarify in the chat if you're there. Say it's me in the chat so you don't have to send me a buck to clarify again. A Tooth Fairy took my name for $2, said it's called cognitive dissonance, gang. And LT Cole sent $20. Thank you for the $20. This is a major problem we have right now. A clear double standard. The right can have an open book test, fail, and think they're right. The left has to pass 90% or higher to be considered barely competent. It's wrong. Yeah, and Keemokazzi, I think like the reason he's banned is because if he was just being cognitively dissonant, I'd keep trying to figure it out. But I can hear when he switches from being cognitively dissonant to being disingenuous and just pretending he wasn't wrong. Like he gets embarrassed, and I think he exists probably in some sort of like manosphere type approach to online presences where he thinks it's like a end all be all character failure to admit that he's wrong on the air. But like it's just what you got to do in these conversations. Alchemix 19 sent $10 on YouTube Super Chat to say, I appreciate how much time you give the ignorant kids. As an educator, it's important to remember shame isn't always the best motivator, and it's not always a quick thing to change their minds. I agree completely. That's like, that is the mantra that I keep kicking around in my head while I do this. It's like, that's why I kept telling Keemokazzi, we're not calling him stupid for not passing the tests. We're calling him stupid for thinking that he did pass the tests when he didn't, and then judging this astronaut for not being the best public speaker. Yeah. Breaks my fucking heart. It makes me sad that Keemokazzi is the way that he is. I worry for our future because so many people are like him and so many of them aren't calling into our show. We don't know how many people have got. Keemokazzi has voting rights. Keemokazzi is allowed to vote in November. He's allowed to be on jury duty. All right. Sorry, Sky. I know you've been waiting for a long time. Hello, how old are you?
Can you hear me?
I can. How old are you?
19.
19. Do you support Trump?
Are we gonna? No. I support Claudia de la Cruz.
In Venezuela?
Do you support Kamala Harris?
Sorry, I'm just making sure. I haven't talked about Venezuela in a while. Claudia de la Cruz is the person who the Venezuelan people generally think should have won that election. Am I remembering the right person?
Yes.
Okay. Why? Okay. So, but you don't support Trump?
No.
Okay. I think I've talked to you before. Did you vote for Trump because you support her or something like that? Like, what's the purpose of this call? Why have you called into my show?
Because I think Kamala Harris is a tyrannical oligarch, money-hungry candidate.
Do you not know how her name is pronounced, or are you pronouncing it incorrectly on purpose?
I don't know.
Try again. Let's see.
Kamala.
Kamala. You got it right. I just want you to do it again. Let's burn it in.
Right.
Let's do it like 3 or 4 times. Kamala. I want you to be taken seriously by people when you call into these shows. That's actually important to me. And I think that you should work hard to pronounce her name correctly, because there's a lot of hosts who are going to completely derail the conversation if you're even a little bit obstinate about it. And I'm kind of doing that right now. Kamala.
Can we debate economic policy instead of pivoting?
Say Kamala again, and we can.
Kamala.
Okay, now we have to start over at the beginning. Kamala. Good. That's better. All right. What are we talking about? Why have you called into my show?
Because I think Kamala Harris is a blood-soaked candidate.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say about every. I think that's fair to say. No, I'm actually on your team with this being annoying. Can I disconnect and reconnect you? I think there's just a delay that will be fixed by doing that.
Okay.
Yeah, just get right back in the queue. I'll let you back up in like 2 seconds if you're fast enough on the button. Let's see. Is he going to come back? Interesting. I do, yeah, like the blood-soaked language, like I just think that his criticisms about establishment Democrats are legitimate, you know, like their support of Israel's bad. There we go. Echo. Wait, no, let's not do Echo. Let's do Kamala. Get out of the teacup. Come on. You're swiped out of the app. You're muted. Kamala. We're also testing the delay. So when I say Kamala, you're going to say it right back as fast as you can. Kamala. Close enough. All right, start over. What are we talking about?
Have you ever considered that maybe we need a socialist future?
Yeah, I think a lot about that sort of thing, and I have like really specific positions on how I think that those sorts of things can be achieved, and maybe at what point in the far future, society on Earth, like never mind this silly little country we live in, like
communism.
What?
Can you define communism?
It's like a stateless system where the means of production are owned by the people.
Is that it?
I gave a very concise one. A lot of people have different formulations of communism. There's different types of communism, you know? There's like Marxist-Leninist communism, and there's like some other philosophical perspectives that people have. There's the sort of more pragmatic approaches to communism that people have, like the modern Communist Party in the United States. Like there's different approaches, but like those are the things that they have in common. It's important that there's no state. It's important that the means of production is owned by the working people, the proletariat, as it were. But I try to avoid the vocabulary terms just because I'm speaking to a more lay people type of audience. So I think it's important to avoid those sorts of terms unless they're necessary for some reason. And when they come up, we should define them. But that working class who are not in charge generally, or don't have all the wealth, the proletariat, that's what we're talking about, having the means of production. Are you there? What's going on?
Socialism?
Sorry, say that again?
Can you define socialism?
Socialism is where services and goods are pooled in a way that benefits society. There's a lot of overlap between communism and socialism.
Do you think Kamala Harris is supporting a global capitalist empire?
Kamala. Okay. What was your question about Kamala Harris?
Do you think she's pushing for a global capitalist empire while funding pushing Israel and its heavily armed?
I think that there's already a global capitalist empire, and I don't think that she intends to do anything about it, which is a shame. Have you heard me talk about what I consider the difference between a hard endorsement and a soft endorsement? Have you heard that vocabulary from my show?
No.
A soft endorsement just means that I think that they're a better pick than the other candidate, but it doesn't at all mean that I'm excited about them. It doesn't at all mean that I don't think that they've committed great crimes. It doesn't mean that, it doesn't mean that I co-sign everything that they think. It just means that I think that they're the better of two options, which might very well mean that they are the lesser of two great evils. But that's just the person who I think you should vote for, is what that means. A hard endorsement,
regardless of the fact that she's less evil, she's still evil.
Yeah, that is the truth.
So that is that she's the lesser evil candidate. She's
okay. If I'm gonna all right, we're gonna pick between Billy Bob and Jimbo. Okay, these are our two bad guys. These are our two evils. Billy Bob is going to break into your house and break all the dishes in your kitchen. Okay. Jimbo is gonna break into your house and set your house on fucking fire. It's gonna burn to the ground. Who do you vote for?
Can you repeat that? I didn't hear.
What I don't fucking understand about you, I'm actually going to finish my fucking hard endorsement thing that you interrupted, because I was nearing the end and you did the fucking rude thing of not letting me finish and explain it to the audience who's watching. A hard endorsement means I'm actually excited about somebody. There are very few hard endorsements for me in American politics right now. It's like a single-digit number of people I've considered in that way. I'm sure there are more if I look harder, but really, there's just very few politicians I'm at all excited about. Do you actually think that because two things are bad, it is therefore unreasonable to assess which of them is worse? We tested the delay. Like, what is happening? You're not muted. I can hear background noise. I can hear your lips smacking. Are you eating? Like, what is this? Camera on or get off my show. I don't think you're serious. It's not connection issues. If it was connection issues, there's a symbol on my screen I get for that.
Just kick me out.
You're not going to put your camera. Do you talk about these things with people in your real life, or are you just hiding behind the internet and saying this bullshit to waste people like my time? What is your answer to that? The people want to know. Why are you doing this? Can you hear me? Like, what is this? What is happening? I can hear you. I can hear your, like, a little bit of background noise. Like, I know the mic is hot. You can hear me, right? Let's get this account banned. Yeah. Absolute fucking waste of time. Gotta give him, you know, like the thing, especially with like that sort of leftist caller who like wants to interrogate me about the evils of the left. If I just kick him and move on, because I remember that guy. I know he's not gonna be constructive. I knew he wasn't gonna turn his camera. I knew the call was probably gonna end in some kind of way like that. If I'm not very thorough with demonstrating that they're a bad time, then the left thinks that I'm running away from leftists. No, face on. 10 toes down. Let's talk about it. Let's figure out what we need to do to achieve the sort of ideals we're after. They're not actually fucking interested in doing that. Some of them are. I'm not talking about all far leftists. Some far leftists I have really amazing, wonderful, productive conversations with on. And it's happened on this show. Got some that I consider real close friends of the show. I creep a little farther left, the worse and worse the fascism problem gets. So, like, yeah, that can all be discussed reasonably. Fucking not with that guy. Not with a lot of the people who call in for that sort of stuff. Anyway, before we move on, I'm just going to thank some people. Do I have anybody to thank? No, nobody donates to a fucking call like that. Why would you? Why would you give me money to spend my time talking to a guy like that? I'm just doing the housekeeping of giving him such a good chance to not be a fucking nincompoop that you can't argue that I'm like, operating in bad faith. He's going to say that was a bad faith conversation, right? Yeah, and they were saying he's being annoying in the chat too. Yeah, just complaining about like one little thing. Anyway, no donations to read at this particular moment, but if you want to become somebody who gets the donation read, you can go to the link tree in my bio, find my Venmo, Cash App, Buy Me a Coffee, or Patreon. Or if you don't have any money that you want to send me, you can go find all my other accounts in that link tree in the bio and follow me for free. That helps out immensely. Got to get those numbers bigger to continue to be successful. Thanks, everybody. We're going to talk to John, who I spoke to recently. I don't remember which one he is. Perhaps he'll remind me after he reminds me how old he is. How old are you?
Yo, I'm 20. So yesterday, I got flagged, but I didn't say anything bad, so I was kind of hoping we could finish our conversation.
Just remind me where we left off. What was it?
Yeah, so I actually have some sources now. You were making the claim, or
what were the words? What were the previous words out of my mouth just now? Oh, sorry. I misheard you for a second. Brain fart on my part there. Continue.
Okay.
Sorry.
You were mentioning how in the 50s, 60s, and 70s that we were taxing the rich at up to 90%. And you were saying that because of that, and we saw economic success and we were able to have good progress, that we could equate that into today's terms and we should be taxing the rich at a higher amount.
Yes.
Yeah. So I have a source here from the Miles Institute. It's titled The Good Old Days, when tax rates were 90%.
Okay. What's the Miles Institute?
It's a Congressional Research Service study. That's in particular, but the Miles Institute, I've had this source a few times for classes that I've been in.
How is Miles?
Not exactly sure what it is.
Okay, wait, hold on. Well, I searched Miles Institute Good Old Days. I'm not seeing like an obvious thing to click. What is it? Is it? I mean, here's our story.
Yeah, let me.
Is it milesinstitute.net?
No, it should be .org. It's sorry. It's not Miles. It's Mises Institute.
Spell it.
MISES.
Mrs. Institute?
MISES.
Oh, just one S.
Mises
Institute, perhaps?
Yes,
okay.
Mises.
Okay. Which?
And it's titled.
But what,
I'm not sure why it's not coming up.
Well, yeah. So, but in addition to that, like, what is the Mises Institute?
I'm not exactly sure what it is.
So you brought me a source from somebody you don't even know what it is?
No, I mean, I know it's an institute that publishes economic journals, and they do analysis on past and present events.
Okay. I've never heard of it, so I'm just like looking into this. Let's see. What do we got here? Pretty small organization, 21 staff. Or no, okay, we've got faculty, so a few hundred, 44 years old. There's the... Let's read the blurb. Where is it? The Ludwig von Mises Institute for Austrian Economics, or Mises Institute, is a nonprofit educational research and publishing institution for Austrian economic thought, headquartered in Auburn, Alabama. It is a center for the anarcho-capitalist movements in the United States, particularly for right-wing libertarian thought and the paleo-libertarian movement. It is named after economist Ludwig von Mises and promotes the Misesian version of heterodox Austrian economics. Wow, how bizarre. Let's see, we got some history.
So basically, in the class that I was in,
political
there
and
was
economic
a lot of
views.
presentations. Oh, sorry.
Well, I'm just trying to understand who the hell this is before we pollute our mind with whatever it is they're going to try to tell us. I want to make sure they're reliable.
I mean, I'm assuming it is pretty far right leaning.
Yeah.
Because the person that did the research study over this and used this as their source was pretty extremely far right. But the professor did have it as a source that you could use.
Right, but like, this is like a far right wing, but like particular, like motivated by a particular economic school of thought thing. Like why is this not? Why is their conclusion not the general consensus about the 50s, 60s, and 70s in the United States from like economists generally?
You're not even hearing my point of view of what I'm trying to say. So how do you know that what they're saying is false?
Because I think it's already suspicious that you're bringing me this type of source. This sounds like confirmation bias.
We can also look at U.S. News, and the title of it is "The Progressive Tax Myth."
U.S. You're changing. You want to give up on this one because it's such a bad source? We're not even going to look at it.
Well, I don't think it's a bad source. I think it's a highly credible source.
Why do you think it's a highly credible source?
Because if you look at the amount of citations on particular publications released by them, there's quite a bit. And also the journal's been around for quite a long time as well. And just because it's right-leaning doesn't necessarily mean that the information that they're presenting is false. Like, I think that if you're looking at someone like CNN, they could be actually presenting the truth. I just would be less likely to believe it. But you can also look at U.S. News as well if you want. And the title is The Progressive Tax Myth.
Well, so... my problem here, if we look at the Austrian School of Economics is a school of economic thought that advocates strict adherence to methodological individualism, the concept that social phenomena result primarily from the motivations and actions of individuals along with their self-interest. Austrian school theorists hold that economic theory should be exclusively derived from basic axioms of human action known as praxeology, rather than primarily from statistical analysis. Okay, so they're using something other than statistical analysis to study the economy.
Yeah, that's not necessarily bad.
That sounds necessarily bad to me, personally.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, there's different ways. When you're looking at economic analysis, you don't always have to do statistical analysis. It's depending on the quotients.
Well, the math that you use for economics isn't always statistics, but okay, so they're going to use something. Yeah. Okay, so here let's follow the Wikipedia rabbit hole, which is what you should do if you want to be successful in Jeopardy. By the way, all the current Jeopardy champions say the same thing. so because now I didn't know what praxeology is. Let's go down the blue hyperlink rabbit hole. In philosophy, praxeology, deed action, is the theory of human action based on the notion that humans engage in purposeful behavior, contrary to reflexive behavior and other unintentional behavior. Reaction, contra action. Oh yeah, so this is the idea that we're all sensible agents, even though we just had Keemokazzi on. I don't think we are all sensible agents. We don't need to know the etymology. Austrian economics gets its own section on this page. Oop, accidentally clicked something. Austrian economics gets its own section on this page because of its interconnection with praxeology. Austrian economics is in the tradition of Ludwig von Mises, relies heavily on praxeology in the development of its economic theories. Mises considered economics to be a subdiscipline of praxeology. The Austrian school of economists following Mises use praxeology and deduction rather than empirical studies. So instead of studying how the fucking economy works, they use praxeology and deduction. So these are basically what you're saying is that you're not interested in hearing from economists. You only listen to Phil Bros when it comes to the economy, is what this is telling me. If I'm going to convert this into TikTok language.
Okay.
That's my.
And we don't have to use that source then.
No, we don't. What was it? What was it? U.S. News or something? The other one?
Yeah, U.S. News. It's the progressive tax myth. That's the title.
Okay, so we're still not listening to economies. We're just listening to usnews.com, which sounds totally unbiased. Let's have a look here. Which one of these should I click? Well, I don't like AI overviews. Is it this one? Taxes weren't more progressive in the 50s?
Yeah, I think it's that one.
Hot take.
Yeah, it's that one.
Okay.
Okay. So basically, the main idea of these research, also, this is not the only websites that you could find that shows that the progressive tax systems used in the 50s and 60s and 70s weren't actually that much higher as they were today.
Let's just Google what they were.
So, yeah. So the Tax Foundation's analysis shows that this, I'm reading this, by the way, so if it sounds like I'm reading, it's because I am.
That's fair. We're looking at sources.
So it says this Tax Foundation's analysis shows that the same pattern. Despite the 91% marginal rate, the top 1% of taxpayers in the 1950s only paid about 42% of their income in taxes. A third analysis of 1960 tax filings confirms it again. Filers reporting over $1 million faced a 91% statutory rate on paper, but their actual effective rate was just 46% after deductions and legal tax reductions techniques.
Yeah, they reduced they did the same thing rich people do today, which is they got around it, so their effective tax rate is lower. And by the way, the effective tax rate is always going to be lower than the highest tax bracket because it includes the lower brackets below it. So like the actual percentage of your income that gets taxed is going to be smaller. But it was larger then than it is today by a lot.
Yeah, so that 42% effective rate, I think it was in the 1950s, and today the for the top 1%, I think it's in 2014 is what I'm referring to, was 36.4%, which is a gap of 5.6%.
Yeah, and 5% among that tax bracket is a fucking enormous amount of money.
Okay, but here's my overall point. Let me get to the overall point that I was trying to make. To use, where was it in this thing? Where's the thing that I saw? Okay, yeah, here it is. Okay, so back in the 1950s, the government wasn't actually collecting any more in tax revenues as a percentage of GDP than it is today.
Why are you comparing it to GDP?
So the top 1% based in... Yeah, because you have to take that into account when referring to overall statistics. So
when referring to overall statistics, what we're doing is looking at statistics we're looking at data about taxation. Like, what do you mean you have to consider that? Like, yes, the GDP has changed, so the ratio of what we're taxing wealthy people to the GDP. Like, what's your argument for us needing to use the current GDP as some basis for how much we tax the wealthy? How did we get here?
Because if 90% of the rate didn't actually pull in more revenue.
But it did, and we used the money for some really cool stuff.
No, but it didn't.
But
because
how did we build the interstates? What are you talking about? And that doesn't answer my question.
What was your question? Can you repeat
My question is why like I said that the tax rates as called for in the tax brackets were higher and the effective tax rate was higher, whether or not the wealthy were trying to get around it. The fact of the matter is that wealthy were paying more compared to today. If we're going to look at what we think their fair share should be in the 50s, 60s, and 70s, it was more than it is today. And when I pointed that out as a counter argument to you bringing me all this like very difficult to find, where you have to like learn about praxeology in the Austrian School of Economics that's based on deductive reasoning or something instead of actually studying empirically what's happening in the world. Like if you go down that rabbit hole and look at these particular sources where these people bring up these particular pieces of information, why is it that through that economic perspective we have to consider what the GDP is today versus what it is then when we're assessing how much of the tax money should come from whom to pay for the things that we need?
Yeah, because if you raise the overall amount of taxes that people are required to pay doesn't necessarily raise more money.
If you tax people more, that doesn't necessarily raise more money.
Yes.
Go on. Let's elaborate. Okay. Come on.
Because a larger share of income today comes from things like capital gains, You have business income, you have stock compensation, you have carried interest. And back then, it was more pure wages.
Are you talking about, to be clear, are we talking about the revenue that the IRS receives?
I'm just talking about different income. It's a different income component today
Yes
than it was
or no?
in the 50s and 60s
The
and
income
70s.
that you are talking
So
about
just because
being
you raised
shut
the
up.
taxes-
No, I asked a direct question because I don't understand what you're saying to me. Do you want me and the audience to understand what you're saying? What the fuck is this? The question again is, you just said that the amount of income raised is not necessarily higher if you tax people more. I'm asking if the amount of money you're talking about is the amount of money that the IRS receives. I found the loophole. Is there some other way? Okay, you said yes. So I don't understand how if we increase the taxes, the IRS isn't going to get more money. That doesn't make any sense to me at all.
Sorry, my connection is... Let me turn off my Wi-Fi real quick and just go to cellular.
Okay. I do believe him, by the way. It is showing me the red bar. Because I want to know. I want him to make it make sense. I want to understand.
Wait, can you talk now?
Hey, what's up?
Can you redo your question? Say your question again.
Just if I'm understanding correctly, you are asserting that if we tax people more, we won't make more money at the IRS.
I'm saying that there are loopholes that people can get around.
Yes, buy,
through stock
borrow,
compensation, carried
borrow, buy,
interest.
and die. Yes, there are ways in which the wealthy get around the tax thing. We need to tax them more. We need to have higher tax brackets, and we need to create better enforcement mechanisms for them to not get around it. I don't like that you can borrow against an enormous net worth, treat it as liquid capital, live your life, do that, and then die and have the debt reset, because if somebody dies with that kind of debt, it gets erased, and then their children get to inherit the wealth that they amassed during their life. Yeah, there are problems with all of that. The rich people are fucking the tax system. But what we want is to tax rich people more, which when I say that, colloquially, what I mean is to take more money from them. So I don't. So just to be clear, we're saying if we take more money from the people, if the tax system takes more money from the people, taxes them more, that will increase the revenue of the IRS, which collects taxes. Right?
Yeah. So my overall point. Yeah. My overall point, though, is that if you simply reinstated what was there in the 50s and 60s and 70s as a 90% rate without also reinstating that era's loopholes, like having narrow bracket thresholds or capital controls in different income structures, you wouldn't be creating the 1950s system at all.
Yeah,
it would just
okay.
You would
so
have to make sure that
obviously, if we increase the tax rate and let the billionaires find loopholes to get them out of it, so that they don't have to pay it. Yeah, duh. What do you think I'm in favor of? Think I'm not aware of the ways in which rich people cheat on their taxes or get around the tax system in some way that's technically legal? I'm saying that we need to address that problem. All the things that we've changed about the way that taxation works for the wealthy people from the 50s, 60s, and 70s until now have been bad for the reason that I'm sitting here arguing with you about. So when you say, oh, to make it more like the 50s, you'd have to do all these other things, I say, great, let's do some of those other things too.
Okay. So yesterday when I was talking to you, I was under the assumption that you would just like to have the almost same system that was set in place in the 50s and 60s
money
and 70s.
from rich
but
people.
The issue with,
forget the mechanism.
Again, just because
it's going to be complicated. We have to write new tax brackets. We have to write new tax law. We have to figure out ways to close these loopholes. That sounds very complicated. That sounds like the job of qualified legislators who understand how the system works. Let's figure that shit out. Bottom line, tax rich people more.
Okay, so I have a question then. So if back then the effective tax rate was actually around 42%, even though it was supposed to be at a 90%, and they were able to get through these loopholes,
it would be
if we
better
actually started taxing
if we taxed rich people more. Is my argument?
Can I finish? Yeah, I'm finishing my point, and that's what I'm getting to. The question I have for you. So if the effective tax rate has pretty much been the highest around that time point of about 42%. If we started taxing the rich at an actual rate and they couldn't get around it at 90%, wouldn't that be too large of a difference?
Potentially.
And wouldn't we see a lot of consequences?
Potentially. We'd need to figure all that shit out. Tax them more.
Tax them more. Okay. It's also kind of hard talking to you right now because your face is frozen on my screen, so it's kind of weird.
I'm frozen in disbelief by how daft you are. That's what's happening.
No, but I think it's fair. The point that I'm trying to make is that if the highest effective tax rate we've ever seen is closer to 42 to 46%, and you're saying that we should tax them at 90%, and there's no longer loopholes that they
more
can get
than
around,
we are currently taxing them.
Yeah, but
I'm not saying it has to be identical to 1950. That's a ridiculous straw man. I'm not saying that we have to go dig up the laws in the 1950s and regress 80 years on every financial policy that's written. I'm saying that in the 50s, slow down, dude. In the 50s, we understood that taxing the shit out of the wealthy was the way to make America great, and we've forgotten that. And I'm saying that we need to remember that shit and go back to taxing them more. And you're sitting here sea-lining me about, asking all these specific questions about exactly what the tax rate should be, exactly what the loopholes close should be. The point is they are not paying their fair share, and I will vote for a system that has them paying more tomorrow than they do today, regardless of how that is achieved, because that will create the outcome that I want, which will take power and wealth away from the wealthy who are controlling our politics and give it back to the government that is intended to use that money to serve us.
Okay. I mean, that's just kind of hard. If you ever ran for politics one day and you're saying how much should we tax the rich and you're just saying we should tax them more, that doesn't really give
If I was running for office, I would pay a guy to figure... Shut up. If I was running for office, I would pay a guy to figure that fucking number out. Don't act like the burden is the same with me sitting here on this fucking TikTok live that I run. That's fucking ridiculous and you know it.
Well, usually when you say that you want something to happen, you have to have evidence for exactly why you should think it should happen. Like if I'm up here saying that we should tax the rate at the rich at 40%,
you said the effective rate's 36% and it was 42%. If we had an outcome that achieved 42%, do you think that'd be better for America or not? Or are you going to tell me that I'm wrong about that because I don't know every exact tax bracket level that we would need and every loophole change that we would need to achieve that particular outcome, which is why I'm accusing you of sea-lioning, which is asking unnecessarily superfluous questions about the exact details of a subject matter to get away from the broad point, which here is that we quite obviously do not tax the wealthy enough. And we need to elect some politicians who think that we don't tax the wealthy enough, because too many of our politicians think that we do tax the wealthy enough. So it's not even useful to have a conversation about what sort of policies they might vote for that would tax the wealthy enough, because they wouldn't fucking do it anyway. I'm trying to educate the public. Does the public need to know exactly what those numbers are in order to make tomorrow better than yesterday? I don't fucking think so. I just think we need to get people's heads on straight about who is supposed to be paying for greatness in America, and it is people who have beat the fucking system and have their needs met, obviously.
So I find it interesting that you think that we need to create a system where taxing the rich is at the forefront of what makes economic progress. Under my personal belief, I think that if we tax the rich at too high of numbers, it's not necessarily going to fix the disparities that we see between the high-class income earners and the low-class income earners, because when people
the rest of the world disagrees with you. You want historical examples? We have contemporary examples from countries that rank higher than us on Human Development Index. The ones that aren't outliers, the ones that aren't small wealthy nations that have particular economies like Iceland or Switzerland. The ones like Norway, Denmark, Germany are countries that we can compare either at the national level for a large country like Germany that has something like 90 million as a population. We can make a direct comparison about how much they tax their people to achieve the sort of policies that result in that higher HDI, which is a better quality of life for everyday fucking people in the country. We can look at smaller countries like Norway that compare very closely much more closely in size and population to a state like Minnesota and see that because they do similar things that we do here, we rank third among 50 states in HDI. And yes, the sales tax is a little higher here. Certain tax brackets are a little higher here. Like, yes, I'm happy to pay for that shit, as are the people in Norway, because they rank so much higher on HDI, which just means that life is better there. You're arguing against that general trend in a government running a for the people government based on taxing the success of the most successful. It's tried and true, and we're not doing it for some fucking reason.
I guess I kind of agree with you. I have to say, I think that you are right in terms of we need to get rid of the loopholes so that the billionaires actually have to pay their taxes.
You're so stuck on the details that you're like not even willing to start the project of educating people about the fact that our politicians don't want to achieve this better outcome for everyday people.
Yeah, I'm just worried. What I'm worried about is that if we don't first fix the loopholes, that if we increase the amount of taxes that people have to pay, the burden's ultimately going to fall on people that are like income earners who are not going to be able to find those loopholes. So if we
told you that the net benefit.
Told me that?
Yeah, like where does that fucking nonsense come from? That it's just if we tax the wealthy, it's going to actually be so bad for those 700 billionaires that we have that which I think that's in the world, not even in the United States. But it's going to be so bad. It's going to be so.
That's not what I'm saying.
I don't know what you're saying then.
I'm saying that so we have a progressive tax system, right? So if we increase the taxes, unless you're saying that we should just only increase them for the rich, only the top 1%. Is that what you're saying?
No, you keep asking me for an oversimplification or some specific tax plan that lists exactly what the brackets should be. Like, I would love for us to, as a society, agree so thoroughly that we should be taxing the wealthy more that we can get to work on voting for some policies that actually change those numbers. But you're sitting here acting like, because I haven't done a cost and benefit analysis of exactly what every single tax bracket should be, it's not abundantly fucking obvious that we don't tax the wealthy enough.
No, my question is that if under your personal
Can you
opinion...
turn a camera on? Somebody in the chat just said you're
wealthy,
disingenuous, and I think that that's the case. I don't think you're a serious caller. I'm not that hard usually on callers as young as you, but I just don't take you seriously. I don't think that you're...
I'm so confused. Why do you want to see my face?
Because people who come on TikTok live and spew bullshit that they don't believe for fun or have like such reprehensible beliefs that they don't want to be known to their friends and family.
I'm saying that I agree with you. I'm trying to figure out your overall point.
I was explaining it to you and you interrupted me.
You're being mad at me because I'm having...
That's a no, okay, right?
Sorry.
You're gonna be the type of coward who's not willing to stand by their own beliefs, and you're gonna get kicked off the show for not showing your face. Is that what happens next? Get some camera emojis in the chat, please.
I mean, if you think I'm disingenuous, and that's
I think it's total bullshit. Yeah, like the people who come on my show and yell the N-word to try to get it taken off the air, they don't want their face shown for really obvious reasons.
You're
right?
comparing me
don't
to
be like
someone
them.
that comes on your show.
Yes, I am. I am. Don't be like them. Show your face. Don't make the comparison stick. Let's see it.
I'm just kind of confused. Why do you want to see my face, though?
I already explained.
No, I still don't understand it, though. You want to see my face to prove what point?
That you aren't like the cowards that come on my show and scream the N-word, but wouldn't want their wife, their siblings, their mothers, their fathers, their children, their coworkers, their neighbors to know that about them. I think that you don't want those people that I just listed to know about you and the way that you behave on my show.
Wait. Tell me one thing that I've done that you think is unacceptable on your show. Please, give me one example.
It's not about you doing anything that's unacceptable.
One example.
I don't care. I don't need to do that. I didn't say
example.
that you can
one example.
Get the fuck off my show.
You're getting clipped.
No,
I've already clipped.
Congratulations. This show's going to be up on YouTube forever anyway. Who gives a fuck, dude? Like, fucking cowards, man. Like, get clipped? Like, yeah, like, send me the fucking clip. We can look at it together. Try to fucking clip me. I don't give a fuck. It's a free country. Sick of these people wasting my fucking time. He's not fucking serious. You had my name right on the last time. Yes, 3 syllables. The chat is right. I guess I don't know how to pronounce my own name. I think you know how to pronounce your own name. I don't think you know how to write with the phonetic alphabet. Malachi, right? Malachi? That's what it was? Because that's the one that I already knew. I guess I didn't know how it was spelled. Kelly sent $3 on Venmo to say for a Red Bull for today's callers, because for today's callers are boring. Not a Red Bull man, more of a coffee man. But I do thank you for the $3. Appreciate that very much. Lucky Phil sent $2 to say housekeeping fun. Thank you for the $2. And let's see if we have anything over on YouTube Super Chat. I believe we do. Tavi sent $5 to say, caller, do you know what paleo-libertarianism is and why it became popular when it did? There's historical context, Soviet context to it. Yeah. Fucking psyop caller. Alex became a member. Welcome to the team, Alex. Do we have any callers in the queue? We don't. So I'll just yap for a moment. If you like the show, if you like how I handle the bullshitters, you can go to the link tree in my bio and follow me on all the other platforms. Get me to 10K on YouTube. That's exciting. Let's see. We're not even over 9,000 yet. Let's see. 8,600 almost. 5 shy of 86,000. Oh, thank you for the gifts. Thank you for the gifts over on TikTok. It's like I could sit and waste time making him look bad, but like, what is the point? What is the fucking point? Like, there's no meaningful point in talking to a person like that who is just going to ignore the important part, which is that we don't tax the wealthy enough. Like, why is it that every time I say, yes, but we don't tax the wealthy enough, he's just not even willing to address that, and he wants to be like, well, should it be 91 or 90%? It's like, fuck, dude, it doesn't matter. like, if it was either, that'd be great. More would be better. Like, that's what we need to... Fucking Melissa, thank you for the $5. She said, tax the rich like a dommy mommy would. Tax that ass. Not that I'm naming names. W. Raven. Yeah. That's a Mamdani reference. Z. Kreider's good. I don't know how to pronounce this username, but they're our next caller. Hopefully they will have a serious and meaningful conversation about American politics with me. How old are you?
52.
52. Are you a Trump supporter?
I am not.
Just go ahead. I'll give you 10 seconds if you got a question or something to get up, but I'm going to keep the line open
just
for...
something I from just a few minutes back, someone you were talking to might be good for the future. When you were talking about like memory and different things like that, and your brain filling in the blanks, and this might connect with you. I had a teacher years ago who told me when you're rereading a paper that you have written, never read it the regular way. Read it right to left, bottom to top. That way your brain doesn't fill in what you missed.
Well, yeah, so there's a thing called reciting where this is like a problem with like pilots who have procedures for how to do things where they do them so many times that they'll start running through the motions and not actually like one of the procedural steps will be like confirm that this light is on, and they'll just start muttering to themselves, yeah, confirm that the light is on, and the plane crashes because the plane will crash if the light's not on. And that sort of you build muscle memory for reviewing frequent work. So if you're gonna review your own work, you can do things like change setting, like read in a different place than you normally read, go to the coffee shop instead of staying at home. And another thing is to like if you want to judge the quality of like the paragraphs in your essay, you can read them out of order. So yeah, I do remember that sort of advice from when I was a writing tutor. But it is just important in general about like set and setting that you need to take yourself out of your own element a little bit. So I appreciate the advice. That's a good thing. Good thing to bring up in that context. And we're gonna talk to that one dude 0079. Is he gonna be the one dude who has a good argument for why Trump should be president? I personally doubt it. How old are you?
30.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Why?
I mean, there's a few reasons why, but and like I don't support everything, but mainly the cutting taxes for most of America.
No, he increased the tax burden and hurt the spending power of most Americans.
That's not what Cato Institute says.
Cato Institute's like right-leaning, and they tend to be a little dishonest about these sort of things. Do you have an analysis from you're talking about the big beautiful bill? Like what policy are you talking about?
I'm talking about, well, from both of his bills, doubling the standard deduction, cutting the tax rates, having a tax legislation actually aimed at middle-class tipped workers and overtime workers, like
right, yeah. They sprinkled some. This is the analogy I keep using. They sprinkled some sprinkles on the dog turd that is the big beautiful bill, so that people can say, "Look, they're not taxing our overtime anymore. Look, they're not taxing our tips anymore." But the financial equation that is one calendar year of a working person's life, 60% of people in this country are living paycheck to paycheck. If you actually look at what the big beautiful bill's effect on the equation of how much money you have left to take home and live your life, it is made less for most people by that bill.
I don't see it that way.
Why don't you see it that way?
Because the numbers just don't say that.
From the Cato Institute, did you read the bill?
I read the bill.
Then why did you need the Cato Institute?
Because it's an analysis.
Right.
It's a third-party analysis.
Right. So we can look. So you can draw a circle around certain taxation situations. But what I'm saying is that the spending capabilities of the people to whom those tax breaks were given still made their lives harder and still reallocated money from the poor to the wealthy.
I don't agree with that. Where's your analysis for this?
Oh God, it's been a while since we looked at the big beautiful bill.
Because they did analysis and it showed like 90% of America almost got greater after-tax income.
Hold on. Sorry, I did have an analysis bookmark, but I'm having trouble finding economy. Let's see. So this is why I need to get the worker bees on my Discord, helping me get better organized. I haven't pulled up this source in fucking forever. Your review. Let's see. Oh yeah. Center for American Progress is the analysis that I've stated. It's titled "A Year in Review: How the Trump Administration's Economic Policies Made Life Far Less Affordable for Americans." So it includes other things in the Big Beautiful Bill, but Big Beautiful Bill was passed in the middle of the calendar year 2025. So it's included in this analysis, which I can put up on the screen right now. Oh, wrong view window. I've got those out of order. There we go.
So if you're going to say Cato Institute's a little right-leaning, I mean...
Yeah, I mean, they were actually pretty honest in their immigration study that they released in February, and because they're right-leaning, I like to reference them for that. But in general, they're not super duper reliable.
And Center for American Progress isn't a little bit left-leaning?
Yeah, but they're still talking about the actual effects on the economy and the actual effects to people's take home when it comes to the Big Beautiful Bill.
And that's what the Cato Institute study is doing, the exact same thing.
All right.
It's just showing the effects of people's after-tax income, just the numbers.
Where's the other? Yeah, I mean, so right, yeah. Now I'm remembering. Part of what got baked into the Big Beautiful Bill was increasing people's health insurance premiums and taking SNAP benefits away from a lot of people. There's a lot of working people where they lost money that the government otherwise would have supplied them with, like a social service, or in certain cases through their taxation. So the net effect on individuals is a negative one.
Okay, but when you're talking about cutting those benefits, they're cutting benefits for people who are not eligible, who don't qualify for these
They're deciding that they're not eligible. That's what the bill did. It took people who needed food stamps to make ends meet and said, we're going to define what eligible means in a way that you're not eligible. So it's just circular to say that the reason for doing that is because they weren't eligible.
Okay, but the people that they're targeting to not be eligible are able-bodied, working class people.
And that doesn't change the fact that the SNAP benefit program is one of the greatest success stories in terms of social programs in the United States, because it makes it that such people, able-bodied working people who should be working hard.
No. You said working. I'm talking. These are people who don't have jobs.
I misspoke. These are able-bodied people who should have jobs. And the problem with an able-bodied person who can't get a job that they want because they don't have SNAP benefits is that they could get the job if they had SNAP benefits, because that would make it such that the job made enough money for them to take it without losing their groceries or losing their rent or whatever it was they would have to cut to make it to the end of the month to get themselves fucking evicted or have their kids go to school hungry or something. Instead of having that be that person's situation, they can take that job, which means that they're no longer unemployed. They're mostly pulling their own weight because food stamps is just whatever percentage of your monthly budget. It's not like we're giving people a full income, that's not like unemployment or UBI or something more drastic like that. But it makes it so that person can mostly pull their own weight, and that gives them the time and space they need to improve their career and get a better job. And we see in the data that is what happens to those people.
Okay, and then you said kids, which this is also targeted for people who have no dependents.
Okay, so stop moving past what I just said. You understand that because a person is able-bodied, we should help them get back to work and get them completely independent faster. That's the purpose of SNAP benefit programs, among other things.
But this incentivizes people to get back to work.
As a matter of fact, that's not true. What we see is that people have a really hard time, with social mobility. People get stuck in poverty forever if they can't pay their rent or can't afford their groceries or something. But if we just help them that little bit in the way that the SNAP benefit program does, which, by the way, it's one of the most efficient welfare programs that we have, because the government doesn't actually have to do anything. They just ship you a card and put money on it. There's no building that you have to go to. They don't have to store any food. There's no trucks. There's no freezers or anything. When Trump withheld SNAP benefits from people during the government shutdown, which was illegal, by the way, he violated a judge's order to do the opposite. All the food shelves had this emergency where they were buying up square footage and trucks and freezers and stuff because they had to physically get these people food. Whereas the government, being the government, can just mail everybody a fucking card to go pay for food at the grocery store. And because it's a program that they make sure the grocery stores are going to enforce properly, there's a little bit of fraud rate in there, I will admit, but it'd be, a food charity can't just send everybody a Visa card for $100 because that's a program that'll get abused very easily because it's a little harder to misuse SNAP benefits in that way. So this is just a way for us to leverage taxpayer money in order to get those people back to work faster. And if you are going to assert to me that it disincentivizes people from working hard if you gave them that benefit, maybe you're the selfish, lazy asshole that you just described and you're judging everybody else to be that way. But the data suggests that most people don't function in that way.
Okay, so you should want to get to work and be able to pay for your own food. Like, food shouldn't be something that the government just gives to you.
Why not?
Because
what about roads? Why do we get roads for free?
We are a capital. We don't. We pay taxes for those.
Oh, but the government gives them to me for free. Like, if I move to a new city, do I have to like pay a fee to get to use the roads in that city, or does the government just let me use all of them for free?
All the European countries that have all these crazy social safety nets have VAT taxes that pay for these things. We don't have a VAT tax.
We have specific taxes for certain things. We tax gasoline at a specific rate to help pay for roads.
Sure. However, if we want more social safety nets, we're going to need higher taxes. And I guess that's just like a different way that we look at things.
We could tax the wealthy more, and it wouldn't affect your taxes or mine.
If you tax the wealthy, they just pass it on to workers.
Yeah, they will do that to a degree, but because the benefit to those workers is so great because of the added benefits that they're able to get from the government, it's still a win.
But if you cut taxes for everyone has more money in their pocket. That's more money they can spend on things. That stimulates the economy. That's the whole idea.
No. That's not what happens. We tried that. That's Reaganomics. Like, no, it doesn't work. Are you interested? Are you interested? Like, if we try an economic experiment of like running a policy in the country, are you interested at all in learning how it goes, or are you just going to assume that everybody else functions like you and say that it's not going to work?
I like to work for my things. I don't know. I don't think it's that hard.
You didn't work for the roads, though.
Everyone
you used the roads when you were a baby. You didn't work for them. You didn't pay any taxes for them. Maybe your parents got a tax credit because they had a baby. It's obnoxious. No, you're a spoiled brat if you think that you worked hard for everything. No one person can work hard enough to live the sort of life that we in the 21st century get to live in a prosperous country like the United States. And you are ignoring the work done by the giants who've come before us to build that society. If you think if you think it's your job to make sure that it doesn't keep getting better, then yes, you do. It's selfish and shitty. You're like a house cat, dude. You have no idea where that bag of food comes, but you think you're entitled to it.
People who don't work should get all these benefits. Like, they should get to work. It incentivizes them just to sit at home and just collect money.
If you had a friend and they said, hey, I just had this, whatever happened, their house burned down, broke up with their significant other, some terrible thing, and they said, can I borrow $500 just because I have this job lined up and I'm just not going to get my paycheck by the time my rent comes? Like, are you the type of person who would help a friend and say, like, yeah, dude, like, I'll get you to this. I'll smooth over this little financial difficulty so you can go back to being productive. Because if you don't loan him the $500, maybe you find him in the situation where he can't keep that job because he needs to move, because he can't pay the rent. He can't pay that first month rent to get the job. Like we're just talking about getting people over that type of gap. Do you think that that's a nice thing to do for people?
Okay, but there's these social safety nets get abused and they get frauded. And
the fraud rate's really low, particularly with SNAP. Like I said, in terms of the economic benefit that it brings us and the benefit it brings to all those children who don't have to go to school hungry, because they didn't fucking do anything wrong, by the way. We are talking about making sure that children who aren't the reason that their parents can't afford to feed them food get fed. That's like a little happy accident here, is that we get to also feed children who are hungry, right? What fundamentally is your problem with doing that? I just don't get it.
Okay, but parents are responsible for their own children, and children get put in bad situations.
So fuck them, those kids should starve?
It's the world is not a happy
fuck
them,
those kids should starve. Say the words out loud. Fuck them, those kids should starve.
They don't. Okay, the schools also have an incentive to get these kids
fuck
food
those kids, they should starve. Say the words, or work with me to figure out how to feed those kids, and we can come up with which sort of policy should do that. Those are your options in the call right now. You're either going to say the words, fuck those kids, they should starve, or you and me are going to sit here and we're going to figure out how the government's going to feed those kids.
Which kids are we talking about?
The children of parents who can't afford to buy their food, because if they bought enough food at the grocery store, they wouldn't be able to pay their rent and they'd be evicted. And in a lot of ways, housing is more important than food.
Those people are eligible for food stamps. You understand that, right?
Right. And you are bragging about how the big beautiful bill made many of them not eligible for SNAP benefits.
It only went after people with no dependents. So people that have dependents are eligible if they don't make enough money, and that's clear.
Okay, you might be right about that. I don't actually know if I'm wrong on that particular point. But again, why are you then okay for it if they have kids, but if they don't? When they still, like, the benefit to society is still there.
Okay, if you're a 35-year-old
Chat says you're wrong, by the way. Chat says you're not true. They also cut the free school program. They also cut the free school lunch programs. Like, what the fuck, dude?
Chat is wrong because this went after. That's why there's a work requirement, and it doesn't go after people who are stay-at-home
These are the sort of talking points. These are the sort of talking points that they hear that it does this. But like as a matter of fact, this just doesn't bear out in the data. Like, do you think that the SNAP benefit program is a good program or not?
I do. I just don't think a 35-year-old man who's sitting at home with no job deserves to get.
It's not about what he deserves. It's about if society is a better place if he gets back to work faster, and he will if we feed him so that he doesn't have to worry.
I disagree. I disagree.
But the data disagrees with you about what actually happens in reality. If we pay for his groceries, he is more likely to get a job faster that's able to pay for his groceries. And then he's able to the amount of money that he pays into the tax system after he gets that job pays back whatever it cost for the government to give him SNAP benefits. It's like, it's a win.
I guess just my experience.
Something like every dollar spent into the SNAP benefit program pays back something like $1.50. I forget what it is, but it's like $1 and change back. It's like it's a net benefit to the tax program because the people, like in a given tax year, you could say that we spent money on that guy's groceries, but then for the rest of his life, because we gave him that push forward, he pays more in taxes and he pays it back. It's we're basically giving them a loan so they can get their lives in order.
I'm sure there are some success stories, but there is plenty of
the average story is a successful one. I'm not pointing to one guy. I'm saying the average. The chat has it.
Debatable.
Actually, that's not the chat. That's a staff member who works for this show. That's Raven saying it's $1.70 paid back. The average return for $1 spent on the SNAP program is $1.70.
I mean, I'd be down to see this data because
fucking Google it, dude. $1.70. That's the figure.
This is just a trust me, bro.
Fine. We'll do it. Hold on. Let me get the operational chat open on the Discord so people can get it to me quickly. Okay. $1.70. Snap.
I think we just look at things differently. Like,
I mean, you asked me for the source on that, so I'm fucking looking for it.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, when I see somebody begging on the corner, I don't ever give them money because I think it incentivizes them just to keep sitting there and ask for money.
I think that it incentivizes them to buy the substances that put them on that street corner. So I also have a policy of not giving panhandlers money. I give them food. I carry food I have food in my car for that.
Yeah, I've done that before.
Yeah, because that the outcomes of that are better, but we know that the person getting SNAP benefits isn't spending it on substances because you can't use an EBT card to buy substances. Now, there's people who get around it by like
selling it for cash.
Yeah. Right. There's there's fraud and abuse, and we can look at that sort of fraud rate. But like the fact of the matter is, even with that little bit of fraud, it still is just difficult to turn the SNAP benefits into anything other than food. And food makes people better and more productive in the same way that roads and the fire department do. Like, so it's just a good thing to spend money on. Do you think people like if you accidentally set your house on fire? Do you think we should say fuck you? Like you don't get the fire department because it was your fault. By the way, I'm just going to say, somebody get a source on the benefit of SNAP programs in the operational chat. I don't have the attention to mind the call and find that source, but I do want to show that source to the caller. I know Raven had the data, so I have the operational open if you want to get that to me. Anyway, there's other people than me that can do the source checking. That's why I'm very excited about the Discord. So that's on the way. But yeah, like, do you think that your house should burn down if you set your house on fire by accident?
Do I think it should burn down?
Do you think you deserve to have the fire department show up and help you if you accidentally set your house on fire?
Yes. We pay taxes.
So if you accidentally set your life on fire, why don't you deserve to have some social welfare program come put your life out so you can get back to living happily?
I mean, I've been in a situation and I didn't have social welfare programs. The only thing I had was...
Answer the question. I'm not asking about your life. I'm saying, why is it that the fire department puts your house out, but you don't want social programs to put your life out if your life is in trouble, whether or not it's your fault?
There's no fraud involved with having the firefighter come and put your fire out of your house.
Yeah,
Like,
Pete, no, I would say that there are ways that people defraud the fire department by being irresponsible and lighting fireworks in fields and not exercising good fire safety because they know that the fire department's going to waste a little bit of taxpayer money coming and rescuing them. We could be really hard on that. We could make the fire department really inaccessible and hard for people to get to. Prove that you didn't start this fire on purpose before we put it out. Prove that you weren't being irresponsible. Oh, you put candles under a curtain? You dumb fuck. You don't get the fire department now. If we created those restrictions, innocent people's houses would burn because of bureaucracy, and that would on average be bad for society. So there's a waste and fraud rate for any large system, and that's obvious for something like the fire department. You just don't actually think about it because it's much more obvious when it comes to big scary things like fires.
Yeah, but it's not profitable in the way that you can sell.
Azron,
food
Midwest,
stamps.
please do check if Crow's available. He'd be great for this call. Sorry, say that again.
That type of fraud isn't profitable to the person doing it.
So what? The question isn't whether some asshole got something that they didn't deserve. The question is society better or worse?
I guess that is the question, and I don't think that.
And
that
you're so offended by the idea that a system could be misused in any way. Like this is the classic. Like a Republican will starve 100 kids to make sure that one kid didn't get a free meal that they didn't think they deserved.
No, I just think it incentivizes people differently. I think negative consequences puts a fire under people's butt to where they need to get a job because they don't want to go hungry. And you think
but you say the fire under their butt does that, but no, it doesn't do that. It traps them in poverty. They take a job that isn't.
I disagree.
You disagree with the statistics, then?
No, I don't.
Well, I'm pulling up the resources from the Discord now, but yes, you fucking do.
Things are called deterrents for a reason, and a deterrent to going hungry.
Okay. What you're trying to use is common sense. You don't realize that you're just making up the answer when you say that. Oh, it's necessary. Just a deterrent. It's a deterrent. I label it a deterrent. I used a big word. The big word I used is deterrent. Therefore, it's a deterrent. Is that your argument? Trust me, bro. I've got my Discord working on the data. I'm pulling up articles right now and while yapping at you, trying to figure out which one of them I should pull up and read what from, which is why doing resources live is kind of challenging.
Okay, well, I don't have a chat to bring up sources.
Tough shit. It's not you versus me. It's your claims versus the truth. And I've built a system that delivers the truth.
Okay.
So I don't care if you think it's unfair that I have help. The fact of the matter is that because I have help, I find the truth.
If I had help, I could bring up sources that back up my claims, is what I'm saying.
Then go ask whoever fucking gave you these talking points to give you the fucking sources. Why aren't there shows of Republicans clowning on leftists in the way that I'm clowning on you right now?
You're not.
I haven't pulled up the sources yet, and you don't think that I am because it's all trust me, bro. But let's see. USDA.gov, quantifying the impact of SNAP benefits on the U.S. economy from jobs, directly from USDA.gov. Lower income participant in USDA's Supplemental Nutrition and Assistance Program, SNAP, generally spend their benefits soon after receiving them, spending that has cascading effects throughout the economy. A recent ERS analysis found that during a slowing economy, $1 billion in new SNAP benefits would lead to an increase of $1.54 billion in gross domestic product, 54% above and beyond the new benefits. The $1 billion in new SNAP benefits would generate an additional $32 million in income for the U.S. agriculture industries and support an additional 480 full-time agriculture jobs. This is from USDA.gov. The title of the article is Quantifying the Impact of SNAP Benefits on the U.S. Economy and Jobs.
So when you put money in people's pockets, like tax cuts does, and they spend it, it improves the economy and grows the economy, just like I was saying for tax cuts. So I guess we just
no, because tax cuts, especially ones for the wealthy, are across the board and don't point the fire hose of help at the people who need it most to make the best difference for society. That'd be like saying that instead of SNAP benefits, we should give everybody SNAP benefits and divide the amount of SNAP benefits you get amongst everybody. That means rich people would get SNAP benefits too, which they don't need, and poor people would get less SNAP benefits and their kids would go to school hungry. Instead, we're saying let's find the people who need food benefits and give it to them because that is a faster way to fix the problem that those people are for the economy.
I hear you, man.
Do you?
Yeah, I hear you. I think we just look at things differently.
No, I don't think that we do look at things differently, and I think that what just happened 8 seconds ago on this show is a concession, because I think that you know that I'm making sense. I think you know that it is silly to try to come up with a solution that's fair when we shouldn't solve problems that not everybody faces fairly, think about it like this. Say you had a spare set of chairs in your garage and you had a friend who just moved into their house and they didn't have any chairs for their dining room table, and you thought, you know what, I got a spare set of chairs in my garage. You can have a couple of those. What if all your other friends said, no, instead of giving that one person, a set of 4 chairs, you have 8 friends. You should cut all the chairs in half and give half a chair to everybody. That would be fair. Do you think that that's a good way to conduct yourself?
Well, okay,
to be
so
fair,
the study you brought up doesn't really differentiate, because we're both in agreement that families and people with kids and disabled and elderly, like those people do need snaps, and I'm perfectly great with them having snaps.
Do you think you should walk through life thinking it is reasonable to cut the chairs in half and distribute them equally among your 8 friends instead of giving the set of 4 chairs to your friend who just moved and doesn't have a set of chairs?
That's ridiculous.
What's so ridiculous about it? Tell me how you feel about my example. Which is better?
I didn't really listen to it. To say it again.
A friend of yours just moves into an apartment. You're having beers with the buddies. You're sitting around, you're goofing. And he goes, man, I'm trying to find a cheap set of chairs. I can't really afford it. I just moved, just got this new job. I really want a set of chairs for my living room, but I can't find any that I can afford. And you go, you know what? I have a set of chairs in my garage that I'm not using. I can afford to give them to you because I don't necessarily need them. I'll give you a set of chairs. And then one of your friends objects and says, no, that's not fair. Why are you helping him so disproportionately? There's 8 of us and you have 4 chairs. You should cut the 4 chairs in half and give half a chair to everybody. That is what you're suggesting that we do with tax benefits. That is what you're suggesting we do with social programs. And I specifically made the example such that we have to cut the chairs in half and make them useful, because if you don't give somebody enough SNAP benefits for them to make rent, their life will still fall apart.
Okay, I don't think that's a relevant example.
Chat, do you think that my example is good or bad?
Yeah.
Just curious.
I'm not worried about what your chat says.
Neither am I. I do that to farm engagement.
For sure. Okay, so there's plenty of ways to not have, like, if you're living above your means in a way where you can't afford rent with a job.
Which way is better? Because I'm going to make you understand the analogy. Yes, obviously you should give the chairs.
In your example, 4 full of chairs is better.
Why is that? Okay, I would argue that that's unfair. Why is that not unfair? I have a good reason. I have a philosophical foundation. I can name drop a philosopher from the latter half of the 20th century who had a critique of utilitarianism that makes it actually much more fair to behave in that way. What's your reason for thinking it's more fair to do that? To give the 4 chairs to somebody who needs them instead of cutting them all in half and distributing them among your 8 friends?
Because you can't use half a chair.
Right, and you can't use lesser SNAP benefits to make ends meet if the amount by which your SNAP benefits have been decreased make it so that you can't afford your rent. That doesn't get you over the line in terms of what you need for your finances, in the same way half a chair doesn't get you over the line in terms of what you need for a chair.
Okay, but if you aim the SNAP benefits at the people who really need them, with people with dependents, families, that sort of stuff, and then you're able to cut taxes for people with jobs, you're able to have wages go up. Like, these are things that are going to be able to have people start working and also be able to afford their rent because they're paying less taxes, they're making more money, and they're incentivized
But if we're going to have to tax more people to expand something like SNAP, I am saying that we should only increase taxes on individuals who already have no trouble paying their rent. That's the thing that's so frequently missed here. When we talk about increasing taxes, I do not want to increase taxes for anybody who has in the last calendar year worried about paying for their rent.
Yeah, but increasing the taxes on the rich is increasing the taxes on the poor as well, because they just pass that down to workers.
You already answered that. You already flailed with it. We're playing fucking Gish Gallop Whack-A-Mole, because every time you fucking realize that I'm directly shot down what you're telling me, you just bring up something else, and we've gotten to the point where you have run out of talking points. So you're bringing up that one from the past, which I already answered.
But my point hasn't changed. Your point hasn't changed. Like, if you tax the rich, they just pass it down. So that is a tax on the poor. Right,
and that's a cost to the poor of taxing the wealthy, but the benefit to the poor of taxing the wealthy and making society so much better to live in is a net benefit for the poor, because they won't need as much money for things like healthcare or whatever else that we could potentially pay for, like better education for people. They'd be better educated, they'd be able to get better jobs, so they'd have more money to spend. There's all these other effects of taxing the wealthy that you're just ignoring because of a little bit of the trickle down cost to consumers for the wealthy to be taxed more.
I think it's more than a little bit, and especially if
you think it's just more than a little bit, and it's like, yeah, it'd be like if we were to add it all up, like if we increase prices at Walmart, like that's a lot of more money that people are spending. You are right about that. You are ignoring all of the other very enormous and obvious benefits of these sorts of programs, and just saying that this one factor in the equation is big enough to say that we shouldn't do this program, and that is fucking nonsense. You are just ignoring as much data as you can and zooming in on a negative number. It'd be like here, like if I gave you $5 and took $10 from you and gave you $100, you're like, bro, you took $10 from me, and it's like, hold on, there were three things. What did they add up to? You're like, yeah, but $10 is a lot of money. It's like, yeah, but what's the benefit? You need to actually look at the benefits to people. And I did cite my source that the return to the economy is good. There's also more. My Discord came up with like 4 or 5, but just in terms of running the show, like it's not actually that great to inundate people. But you can just Google it. And if you find what like the consensus among academic economists is, instead of looking at like some particular far right or even far left organization, just look at what the economists actually teach about the way that these things influence the economy and the way that we measure the way that these things influence the economy. The benefit is obvious, which is why we have things like the SNAP benefit program. SNAP benefit program is a success story.
Yes, I mean, it is. I agree, but I just don't think these middle-aged, working-class people who have no children really is it appropriate for them to be collecting.
Then why do you give your friends the chairs? He didn't deserve them, did he?
The thing is, it could be the chairs could go to a better use, I guess, is my answer to that.
So you don't give your friends the chairs.
I don't cut them in half.
Right, because that would be fucking stupid, because that would save nobody from their lack of chairs. So instead, you allocate them, the small number of chairs that you're willing to give up, to somebody who really needs them, so that your chairs do the most benefit to society that you need, right? That they can.
If he needs chairs, there's people on Craigslist giving chairs away for free. There's chairs for $2.
Wouldn't that be nice if your friend had a car or wasn't in a wheelchair or whatever? It doesn't matter. Part of the example is that he was having
a wheelchair. He's eligible.
Part of the example is that he was having a hard time finding the chairs. It doesn't need to be chairs. You're just trying to get around the example, even though with the chairs example, you obviously recognize that we should do is find a way for the chairs to be most useful to society, which is to give all of them to your friend that doesn't have any chairs, instead of cutting them in half and distributing them to everybody for no fucking reason at all.
America is the most profitable and it has the most money of any country in the world, and I think that's because of the innovation that we have through capitalism.
Then why do we have such wealth disparity?
Because these are mindsets. Some people don't want to work. Some people don't want to be productive. They just want to sit and do drugs all day. Just like
right, and there are things that we can do for society that makes fewer people be like that, like have jobs programs and better education, and maybe we can start giving people college for free. That would make fewer people end up like that. That would be good. All of that's very expensive to fix with taxpayer money. So you're complaining about those people being like that, but you're just completely unwilling to consider that one of the things that the government should be doing with taxpayer money is addressing the fact that people are fucking like that. You're just gonna fold your arms and say, fuck it, let them suffer. Let them keep having kids who are going to raise kids in their own homes like that because they're going to get stuck in fucking poverty forever. Why don't you want to address that problem?
Having better paying low-end jobs being better paying is going to be good for everybody. And we saw that in 2019 after the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act.
Why are you blaming those people and saying that it is not you're just ignoring my concern here.
You're ignoring the data points.
I agree that some people are like that. The only way for us as a society to get people to stop being like that we have legislative control over is to use taxpayer money for programs like better education and food programs to get people to the next step in their life. Maybe some housing programs for people who are falling on hard times. Like these sorts of things help people get out of that situation faster, whether it's by educating them when they're young so they never end up in that type of situation, or giving them the sort of social programs that they need to get out of that situation if they end up in it. And you're so mad about that being unfair, being an unfair expenditure of taxpayer money that we all pay for, that you're unwilling to do it. So you just want to let the problem continue, which you recognize is not what you would do if your friend needed a set of chairs when you had a spare one sitting in your garage.
Like I said, I don't.
The reason it feels different for you is because it's a small example, and you are a small-minded person who cannot see beyond your own social sphere of influence.
All right.
That's an accusation, but it's one I'll stand by.
Yeah.
Goodbye. He's a runner. He a runner and a track star. Anyway, where the fuck was I on donations? Thank you, Kelly. No, I already read Kelly, didn't I? But thank you anyway for that Red Bull. Yeah, I don't drink Red Bull, so I'll spend you I'll spend you $3 on a Red Bull for Raven. She drinks Red Bull, or no, Monster. I'll buy an energy drink for Raven. Madison sent $5 to say, I will never understand why people who live paycheck to paycheck so fiercely defend billionaires. Yeah, it's just fucking... text message. Jessie's alive. Yay. You're worried about her. I think she slept in. Kevin sent me $7 to say, hey, Oscar, completely unrelated, but what's your cutoff by Venmo? Yeah, let's click that again. But what's your favorite song off Revolver by the Beatles? Today is the 60th anniversary of Revolver, so I implore everyone listening to go listen to the album after the stream. Revolver. Let's look at the song list on Revolver. And I'll just pick my favorite, because I know my Beatles pretty well. I don't know the albums very well, but I like listened to a ton of Beatles growing up. Let's see the song list. Come on, Wikipedia. I shouldn't have to scroll that far. Come on, Internet. Google. Do me right. Here we go. We're gonna trust the AI overview on the tracks list. Eleanor Rigby. I didn't even need to read the rest of the list. When I was like, unless one of my other couple of favorite Beatles songs is on there, it's gonna be Eleanor Rigby. No fucking question. Easy. That's a great song. Love that song. Anyway, thank you for the $7. David, thank you for the $5. David said, this guest wants equality when it comes to debate. A Republican asking for equality. LOL. Yeah. People are unfucking fair sometimes. Let's see. Any more buy me a coffees? Is Phil still watching? Yes, he is. He sent $2 to say, has the caller heard about neo-libertarian phalangism? I recommend it. Don't think we had anything on Cash App. All right, let's pop over to YouTube Super Chat where... Oh my God. Did I just forget to mark these? There's so many donations. I'm on a fixed income and in Minneapolis, giving what I can to support you, and I want to march with you on August 22nd. You're a local hero. Thank you, Rogue Storyteller, for the $5. You don't need to send too much. If you're on a fixed income, don't sweat the donations. That's cool. I appreciate it. If it's really what you can afford, that's fine. Of course, that's your decision, but don't feel the pressure, and you can get your message read for a lot less than $5. Horsepower Pull-Up sent $5 to say people can pull themselves up by their bootstraps better when they're given boots. Fucking zinger. Love it. Jazz sent $5 to say the average increase in tax return money because of the big beautiful bill was $100. After the massive affordability crisis, that's nothing. Turd sprinkles on a shit pie. Yep, they like my analogy. We do have VAT taxes. It varies by state. Yes, I pointed out that we have that sort of tax arrangement. Canadian Princess sent $2 to say, caller, you just want people to suffer. No empathy. I agree with that assessment. Mark sent SEK 100. Hold on. I need to know what size this donation is. Gotta know. That's about $10. Thank you for the $10. I very much appreciate it. From Marcus. Taxes are good. Love from Sweden. Oh, love you, Sweden. I do love your country. You guys do some cool stuff. Jazz sent $2 to say the fraud comes from the state, not the individual. DeBlues sent $10 to say under a new administration policy, low-income people with cancer, HIV, Parkinson's, and other life-threatening illnesses must prove they're too sick or to work or risk losing their benefits, which, we can crack down on the fraud in a way that, harms a lot of people who then have more hoops to jump through. And I'm just willing to be like, oh, did we catch 7 fraudsters and, make it that 200 people didn't get their benefits because they, didn't figure out the steps or, whatever fucking reason it was? It's just not that much of a win. It's a little bit like how if you have a free food pantry, there's going to be a rich asshole who's too lazy to go to the grocery store and take a Snickers bar out of, or maybe you shouldn't have a Snickers bar in a food pantry, but an energy bar or something out of the food pantry. And if you see that happen, you shouldn't then just say no more free food pantry on the street corner because one rich asshole stole one of the energy bars from it that he could afford to buy if he wasn't so lazy as to walk to the corner store. No, that's the food pantry's still a net benefit to society, and we should just think that way about it. Canadian Princess sent $5 to say everyone deserves dignity, food, housing, healthcare, and education. That's what people deserve. Anything less is to force unnecessary suffering. Yeah, it's like they don't even want us to get to a society where we all just get an amazing, wonderful life. The sort of life that a person gets to live if they be really successful and become a millionaire. We could just make life like that for everybody in 100 years. The average peasant's life today is way better than the average peasant's life in the past. We're just trying to keep making it better by default for everybody. Kat sent $2 to say, caller, I needed help because I got laid off. Yeah. I'm glad you got the help you needed, Kat. Kat's now able to spend a little money on my show because they got help with the program and now they have a better job and their life is back together. Fantastic. Please don't send money to my show if your life is not together. 10,000 seconds. Is that the right number? 10,000 seconds sent $10 to say 79% of households that get SNAP include children, elderly, or people with disabilities. Are they supposed to get a job? Well, he wasn't against SNAP entirely, across the board. He was just really closed-minded about the fact that we should be pretty open about expanding it or being skeptical of these restrictions of it. Amarinthia sent $2 to say, come on, everyone, hit that thumbs up. We did break 500 over on YouTube. That was exciting. I don't think we'd broken 500 on the YouTube live stream yet. Thank you for the $2, Amarinthia. And then Tabby Badir sent $5 to say, so people with no independence should just F off and work until they collapse and still be in poverty. Yeah, well, that's just the thing. It's just work really hard. And it's right, we want them to do hard work. We want them to make society better, but if we can just better enable them to do that. He was unwilling to believe that you can help people to be more productive. He thought, no, they have to just muster enough motivation to be that productive on their own. There's no benefit to that productivity if we helped them achieve it, which is fucking nonsense. Jennifer sent $5 to say, does this caller understand how long and difficult it is to get on disability after becoming sick/injured? Should people go 2 years without eating? Yeah, it's just, not the thing. Hello, Merlin. Merlin doesn't make very many appearances on the show. Here's one of my other kitties. I'll put the cat cam up, but you can't even see him. It's just he's just a little shadow down there. But this is Merlin, everybody. Scout is his sister for those who like keeping up with the cat politics of the Quentin household. LT Coli sent $20 to say, I recently rewatched The Man in the Iron Mask, and oh man, there are a million of comparisons between the corrupt king and the Trump administration. Watch it again and have some fun, everyone. I don't think I've watched that, so maybe I should. Tim Davidson sent $5 to say, pull yourself up by your bootstraps as literally describing something impossible. Yeah, the phrase originally came from an idiom for something that you can't do. So we help people up. We should help each other. Cheez-It sent $2 to say, there's a rad version of Eleanor Rigby by the Midnight. Maybe people should go listen to it. I think they should go listen to Fall by Sensing Agony. Vocals on that song is producer Jessie, so you guys can go check it out. There's a rad version of Eleanor... Oh, look at me, just reading the same donation twice. Adam Hurst sent $5 to say, if supply-side tax policy worked, why do we have to keep cutting them? Good fucking question. Teresa, thank you for the $50. I appreciate that. Supportive humans. Thanks, Teresa. And thanks for all the other donations during search, Teresa. I remember you. I know who you are. I think about you from time to time. I really appreciate it. Anyway, nothing on buying me a coffee. Cash App? Oh, Cash App has been very slow today. Nope. There we go. Back to Venmo. Back to the show. Back to the calls. I think that's everything. Sorry, I don't have my producer. I'm lost. Lost in the debate show sauce. Where's my multi-guest request queue? Oh, there it is, and it's empty. Nobody wants to talk to me. Lame. Where are the Trump supporters? Surely there are some in the chat. Nope, lots of fans of Merlin. Merlin, you got fans, buddy. Let's see. I want to find some Trump supporters. Is there any opposition, or did we scare them all away? I don't know. No, there's friendlies who want to get in. Tomorrow Never Knows is good. Happiness is a Warm Gun is also good. Yeah, if there's no Trump supporters, we could just chat about the Beatles. I grew up in New York, and Beatles is really important to... I feel like the Beatles, John Lennon's history in New York was one of those things growing up, you knew, it felt like a very local thing. Merlin, stop trying to take my microphone away. The people want to hear me. I gotta listen to the Beatles more. But meaning to do some baritone covers of some Beatles songs. No, Raven's here. Let's see what Raven wants to talk about. What up?
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
I was just thinking about that last call that you were on, and that guy, I wish he would understand that we can tax the rich more without it passing down to, the working class if we also implement restrictions. It doesn't have to be a one-pronged solution.
Well, yeah, and it's just the thing. It's why are you so interested in the very concept of using rich people's wealth to benefit people? And why are you so stuck on the particular ways in which you think that wouldn't work, when we just know that there are ways that it can work?
Right.
But that all feels very frustrating. Though I will say, fewer wedge issues today. Kind of talking about the economy and stuff. That's at least a little bit productive.
Kind of nice not to be the topic of the day for once.
Yeah. Momazon arrives. Is this an oppositional caller? I do not know. Let's find out. How old are you?
I am a friendly.
Hey, yeah. I want to keep the line open to see if we can get more calls, but if you've got something you want to throw in quick, go ahead.
I just wanted to, really quick, to add on to the conversation from the last call, and just something to remind them about. Like, I'm disabled now. I became disabled in 2020. Before that, I was very active and I had career. And so everybody's just like one illness, one accident away from needing help and from needing SNAP and needing disability. Like, it's hard to get on disability. It took me like a year and a half. And it usually takes that, and they're very strict, and they deny you twice. They denied you twice, and then you have to go like to a hearing. So it's not something that's simple. It's not something that a lot of people are defrauding because it's just super hard to get onto. And like someone said on their message, like, it takes a year and a half, 2 years to get disability. So what are you supposed to do in those meantime when you're disabled and you don't have it? You need SNAP benefits. You need some help, right?
I agree. I agree completely.
And then with AI, with where we're going with AI, there's going to be a lot of people that are going to lose jobs or have to transition to other jobs. And we don't pay enough. When everybody says, "Oh, we need you to work hard," we need to pay more. People are working hard. It's not that people aren't working hard. It's just that we don't pay enough. We don't pay livable wages. And then now with AI, people are going to have to transition into other jobs or lose their jobs. We're going to need more help.
Yeah. Thanks for that connection here. Because as we progress forward, we are going to replace a lot of labor with automation, whether it's AI or robotics or whatever. And just fuck all the people who are going to starve to death because Jeff Bezos isn't going to fucking pay a bunch of, wage slaves to drive the trucks anymore. If Waymo starts offering Amazon their delivery vans instead of having a bunch of wage slaves drive a Mercedes Sprinter van, like, that's not society winning. Like, that's just letting the rich people take over and fuck everybody the fuck over. It's terrible. Melissa sent $5 on YouTube Super Chat to say, if I know one thing with certainty, MAGA will serve future academia well across numerous modalities. W the whole dang lot of US. Yeah. How you doing, Raven? How's your day going?
It's going. A little sleep deprived, but here we are. How are you?
I'm good. Here it is. I saw some opposition in the chat. We got Globe Trekker 13 says, "Did you go to a Somalian-run Leering Center, Oscar?" I think I'd happily discuss that topic with him if he got his cowardly ass in the queue. What do you think, Raven? Do you think that I'd have a productive conversation with him if he did that?
I think you would have a productive conversation. Not sure they would.
Yeah, I think I would try. I think I'd give him a fair shot. I mean, they're already kind of being rude, but I'd give him a chance to redeem themselves. I would be calm and cool and collected, and we can talk about why he thought that was a sensible message to put in the chat and what he means by it. But he's probably just a cowardly internet troll who really isn't all that interested in having a meaningful conversation about any of his precious feelings or beliefs about politics or anything like that. That's what I think. Jared, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. He said, "Hey, I know you're pretty chill with the other debate streamers now, so I'd like to ask your opinion on something. Have you noticed Dean Withers streams are only anti-abortion debates now?" I was talking to Parker about this just yesterday, how I had to ban abortion as a topic for a while. Because my show was becoming like the abortion show, and it was just like, I'm not afraid of the topic. I don't happen to subscribe to the belief that if you don't have a uterus, you can't speak reasonably about it or like have your opinion weighed. I don't think that that's how we should address issues. I think most of the issues that all of us talk about are issues that don't affect us, and that's, I think that sort of gatekeeping is kind of problematic for the discussion, and it's definitely not going to help definitely not going to help the chuds be more reasonable about abortion. And oftentimes they're misogynists who only will listen to a man. So barring the topic from men is not productive in that sense. So I try to navigate that in consideration of the fact that I don't have a uterus. But yeah, there was a period where people were starting to complain that just every episode was the abortion show. So I just banned it as a topic. we never technically unbanned it, but we've gotten to a place where it hasn't been so common a topic that I'd probably be okay with platforming it as a topic again. But that happens every now and then. There was a period like, I think the only other time I've made that strict call was when it was becoming the E. Jean Carroll show, where every single episode was me just going over the same details about the E. Jean Carroll case again and again and again and again. And I just had to say like, hey, nope, I'm not discussing E. Jean Carroll right now. And then people would say, oh, so you're running away from the topic. And I'd say, nope, you can go to my YouTube and find about 15 hours recorded in the last week of me talking about every single piece of evidence in the E. Jean Carroll case. And I'm just making the executive decision as the executive producer of this show that that's not a good way for us to spend the airtime. And I agree. Dean Withers his stream has become quite polluted by that topic. I think he's pretty strong on that topic. I think he's pretty good at arguing for it. But his show, he'll decide what he wants to do about that. But my show became as polluted with the topic as his currently is, and I solved it by banning it as a topic. So people just the regular callers kind of heard that and were like, okay, and we've kind of been. Raven, when was the last time we did talk about abortion? Has it happened since it was the 22-minute episode where I was under the weather and I forgot for a moment that abortion was banned, and I was like sitting here like with the mouth sweats, like trying to talk to a Philbro about abortion.
Yeah, I feel like it went on to Iran for a while.
Yeah, but there's also always updates in Iran, so it's at least fresh, right? Like a conversation about Iran is different today than it was a month or 2 months ago.
Yeah.
Whereas abortion is just the same fucking like, yeah. You don't value the suffering of women. That's clear. Yes, I do. Okay, prove it. Tammy sent $10 on Venmo to say thank you for letting me up. Oh yeah, she was just up. Thank you. Appreciate your contribution to the conversation. And then Celestial Darkness sent $2 on YouTube Super Chat to say affordability is a democratic hoax, an orange bitch. It's a quote from an orange bitch is what they had to say. We're gonna fix affordability day one. No, affordability is actually a democratic hoax. Like just Melissa sent $5 to say I know one thing with certainty. Oh, wait, hold on. I already read that one. Thank you, Melissa. Man, I'm just not being... See, normally whoever's in the producer chair makes sure that I click the little heart on each message as I read it so that I don't double read them. User something or other sent $10 to say, at the age of 18, I was injured and unable to work and was on public assistance, and I got help and was able to get back to work on my feet. Otherwise, I'd be living on the street. Crybabies about paying a few taxes. Yeah, it's just the question should be nothing other than does the tax expenditure make society better? And if you have like a better way to spend the tax money to make society even better, that'd be great. But if you're just like saying that it's bad to help society in some way, then I don't think you understand what the government's for. Maybe you need to read the preamble of the Constitution. It prominently features the word welfare. That's what the government is for. Fucking welfare. Oh man. But I am glad that we're not constantly stuck on abortion. It's just taxing. It's frustrating to talk about the same thing over and over and over and over and over again. Which I guess means I'm in the wrong line of work, doesn't it, Raven?
No, I think you do a good job of keeping things fresh, even if you do talk about the same things.
I just try to make up as many of my examples on the spot as possible instead of relying on the same old tried tricks. I've got my hamburger analogies and such that I reuse just because they're like particularly polished tools I'm working on for talking to particular types of callers. But it's like talking to that guy with the chairs example. Like I just pulled that out of my butt, and I think I got him to run by not confronting the fact that he ran when I accused him of not being able to apply the chairs analogy to the tax system because he's simple-minded and not able to see beyond his own social sphere of influence. Like, I don't know if he knew what I meant by that. I think that got him to run.
I wonder if he would have understood if you said one of your friends are like, so you had the one friend that needed the 4 chairs and one friend piped up and asked if they could have a chair because they had a party coming up, even though they didn't need it. And so you gave the 1 chair to the friend, even though they didn't really need it, and gave 3 to the friend who did need it. Is that still a positive outcome?
See, in such a small system, I could even imagine that group coming to some sort of consensus where it's like, oh, you know what? I'm actually going to push the table up against the wall. I only need 3 chairs. You can use one of them for your party. Maybe we need to be reasonable people who analyze the costs and benefits of these arrangements and decide what's best. If we think that overall the situation is better for one friend to have 3 of the chairs and one to have 1 of them and then for the rest to get none, that sounds like some kind of marginal system. I think
even if that one chair was fraudulent because he clearly didn't need any, it's still a positive outcome.
Right. Yeah. If he lied and said he needed the chair when he totally didn't, I'm still okay with the other friend getting the 3 chairs. That's still a win. Those chairs weren't being used, and that's the problem with the wealth of the wealthy, is that it's not being used for anything. It's just fucking sitting there. It's for buying their grandchildren mansions instead of creating a society where everybody's grandchildren gets to live in a good home. Like that's that's the sort of thing we should use wealth for instead of just sitting around. But yeah,
Also,
I mean, I think deep down a lot of them know that, but I feel like so many of them don't. They don't even realize that I'm advocating for a situation that's better for the outcome of their family, their lives, their children, their descendants, like all the things they care about for their American dream. Like people on the left are arguing for everybody, and people on the right are arguing for themselves. I think that's so fundamentally at the core of all the economic differences between the left and the right.
absolutely. And I could even argue that Republicans are only arguing for the billionaires, and they're not even arguing for themselves.
Yeah. Well, they don't even. Yeah, they don't realize that. Like when I say themselves, it's like, well, they want to be like Elon Musk, so they want to make sure that the system protects the possibility of being like Elon Musk. When I don't think that people realize that being Elon Musk, for most people, I think would be shittier than just being somebody worth like $10 or $100 million. Being Elon Musk looks like it sucks. He's busy as fuck. I mean, you know, he's less busy than he should be. I think he plays more video games than he should. But you know, like he has a lot of responsibilities. I don't think most people want actually to be the CEO of like half a dozen companies. I fucking don't. I kind of want to be the CEO of one company, but like, you know, maybe I'll find some success and I'll become wealthy and I'll like get to do that as like the key man of this thing I'm cooking up over here. But like, I don't think people realize that like, if you had $100 million, you'd live in the house you wanted, you'd drive the truck you'd want, you'd have that boat, you'd have that country house, you'd have the food you want, you'd be able to go on all the vacations and dates and things that you want to do in your life, like all that stuff that you want, you'd have that. Why do you need, like, you don't want a life that's bigger than that. You don't want to be Tim Cook. You don't want to have to make sure that you know everything about every Apple product and give presentations about that. Like maybe if you had $100 or $100 million, all you'd want to do is retire.
Absolutely.
And I mean,
I feel like it has to be some sort of like neurological disorder to still want after you've already got a warehouse full of hamburgers.
Yeah, they're playing for the high score for no other reason than to have their name on top of the leaderboard, and it's just not a sensible way to live. It's not, in my perspective, it's just not virtuous. It's just not ethical. David sent $5 to say, the chair you just let me borrow allowed me to invite a client over for a meeting, and now I've grown my business and made more money and now buy my own chairs. I don't buy my own chairs. A company's sending me an expensive gaming chair for free. Yay. I don't take sponsorships. I just told them they could send me a chair for free and I would sit on it and be honest about it, which I will. LT Cola sent $20 to say, we know a big issue on the right is bigotry. As gross as I find it, this tactic works. In any of the examples of hypotheticals, they always say the person in the example is a white Christian Republican, more susceptible afterwards. Not sure I interpreted that correctly. Hold on. In any of the examples or hypotheticals, always say the person... Oh, okay. Now I'm understanding. In any of the examples or hypotheticals, always say the person in the example is a white Christian. They're advising that I paint my examples around a person they identify with. I think that feels a little dishonest. Maybe I'd rather get to the root of the problem. Let's touch base with IowaGolfer. I did watch the video that he sent me on Bill Maher being a Democrat, or him being a Bill Maher Democrat. I watched a Bill Maher video of him trashing on kind of far left Democrats of the Mamdani variety. So IowaGolfer, how you doing?
Hi, Oscar. Hi, Raven. How are you guys?
Good. For background for everybody, IowaGolfer's come a very long way from the first time he called on my show. He's conceded on some things. Doesn't really consider himself a Trump supporter anymore. You consider yourself a Bill Maher Democrat, and you want my thoughts on that. That's where we are today, right? Oh, but he's got bad service, as he sometimes does.
Kind of wondering what your thought was on his views of things.
Well, I think that another user, the Paradox of Tolerance, offers this thing about how modern day conservatives are no longer conservative, they're regressive. They're trying to go back to the way that things were before. and that modern Democrats are kind of conservative because they're the ones trying to conserve the status quo now, and then it's the far left that is actually progressive. And I really agree with that breakdown in terms of what the shift has been in the politics in the last 10, 20, 30 years. So I think that when you say you're a Bill Maher Democrat, that tracks with the fact that I think that in a lot of ways you're a conservative, which means that right now you actually align a lot with the establishment Democrats. And Bill Maher, among people who considers themselves a Democrat in the establishment Democrat sense, is pretty far right. He's a Zionist, he supports Israel, but I also know that you and I have talked about that a little bit lately, Iowa. And for the record, everybody, me and Iowa actually talked a little bit on the phone, I believe, like off the show. And we found a little common ground on Israel. But I definitely still think that IowaGolfer, you're drinking some of the Kool-Aid about support for Israel in a pretty glaring way. So my assessment of you being a Bill Maher Democrat is that tracks, because that the sort of Democrat that he is aligns with your like pretty conservative flavored but socially liberal, kind of like fiscally conservative almost approach to things. But broadly, here's the bottom line. The bottom line is that right now, I don't think it is about like liberals versus conservatives. I think it's like the progressives and the liberals and the conservatives versus the fucking regressives, like these like actually monstrous, like let's go fucking backwards, let's like undo civil rights. So I can disagree with you about a bunch of shit. There's a bunch of stuff that I disagree with you about that makes you a Bill Maher Democrat, that makes me a far left progressive liberal, whatever the fuck over there, somewhere near Hassan Piker, somewhere between Dean Withers and Hassan Piker, you find an Oskar Quentin. Like I'm over there, you're in the middle with Bill Maher, but definitely left of center. I can be on your team when it comes to Trump. I can be on your team when it comes to November. I can be on your team when it comes to a lot of this stuff. But I'm not on your team with abortion. I'm not on your team with Israel. I'm not on your team with a bunch of this more minutia. But I've been saying since I started running the show that I want to get back to a place where traditional conservatives and like, everybody left of center can argue about those things in good faith and try to write policy about them. We can't do that until after we solve this domestic fascism problem, which it sounds like you and me are on the same team about. And we have been for a while, you and me. So that's my assessment, having watched the Bill Maher video that you sent me.
Yeah, so I just think that maybe me and you's version of how we get to that and how we get to...
Pardon me, I'm gonna cut you off for service, but I'm also going to... I just need to correct something in the chat, because I did think I said it wrong. I know Bill Maher doesn't identify himself as a Democrat. IowaGolfer identifies as a Democrat, but likes Bill Maher's perspective. And in terms of position on the political spectrum, a far-right Democrat, and like the libertarians in a lot of ways sit in the middle between the Democrats and the Republicans. It varies. The libertarians kind of jump off the political spectrum. Their worldview is so unique that like it's hard to place them exactly. But yeah, so he's basically a Democrat that agrees with Bill Maher about a bunch of the criticisms of Democrats is kind of what is meant here. That was more obvious for me having watched the video, which everybody watching this show hasn't seen. You there, IowaGolfer? I know you're having some signal troubles.
I'm here.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the video you sent me confirms what I've like assessed about your current political perspective. But again, the important
like
thing...
Like I said, everything, most of the things I found him saying I agreed with. And I was just like, if this was what the Democrat Party was today, I would vote for them 100% of the time. No problem.
Hey, do you mind if I try asking Iowa a question? Kind of, it's a little bit of a pivot, but I think it would be a really interesting direction for the conversation.
Before you pivot off of it, Raven, I was in the room when Oskar was watching the Bill Maher stuff. And Iowa, so far I like you, but listening to him as someone who didn't know who Bill Maher was, that stuff's misogynistic, inherently. Most of the stuff he had to say, I don't know. I found his views like icky enough that I would never tack his name onto mine when describing my political beliefs. I literally turned around to Oskar.
Misogynistic?
It was the end of that clip, Oskar. I just remember so yesterday, let me reframe. I have no memory of yesterday because I was on an all-nighter and I just slept for 12 hours straight. Okay, I can't give you an exact quote, but I do remember turning around to Oskar and saying, "What the heck are you watching? Yuck."
That did happen.
Can you explain maybe what it was, Oskar?
I
Because I didn't hear anything in there that was.
Also,
Well-
Oscar, I am here.
Oh yeah, so I'll answer and then I'll leave the floor for Raven and the mods.
I think there's someone here who can let me in.
Oh, good. Then I'm actually just going to really quick step away from the table after I say this, and I'll just make sure that the door is unlocked so you can come on in. I think that what was probably being detected by Jessie is something that I agree with, which is I think that in the video, Bill Maher showed a bunch of examples of these far-left Democrats and kind of like gave his like comedian piece on him. And I felt the way he spoke about the women was a little, not necessarily the way that I like to talk about women. There's some women on the right who I really fucking hate, but I really talk about the actions and stuff like that instead of maybe the way they speak, that sort of thing. So it's just a general impression of tone.
What did he say? Because I actually didn't even hear. I didn't hear anything about him saying like anything like degrading or anything about women.
Well, I think that he treated some of the female politicians that he quoted a little bit unfairly by quoting them like in really short form, like 4 words, and then insulting their intellect and moving on. So it's just more of a stylistic reason that I kind of got the same impression. But that may also be colored by my previous knowledge of Bill Maher, because I do have a prior opinion of Bill Maher. But Jessie didn't, and Jessie came to the same conclusion. My point is, he disagrees with some of my social values. He disagrees with like we got the whole staff here. We got Raven and Jessie on the line. He disagrees with some of the social values that are like the mission statement of the show in such a way that I would consider him an enemy in American politics if we weren't dealing with a fascist takeover of the federal government. But because we are, I think we're all on the same team, including Bill Maher. I think Bill Maher would agree with me on that, even if he thinks I'm a fucking crazy far-left communist, which, judging by that video, he probably would.
Yeah, so that's the thing is, but me and Bill Maher, we kind of agree on that take, is that, we think that what the Republicans are doing right now is not in the best interest of the United
I'm going to
States.
turn on my speakers so I can hear you, but I'm going to step out of frame so I can unlock the door for Jessie.
But the way to stop them, there's a better way to stop them than electing DSA candidates.
Well, so I'm happy to say that some of the DSA, just today and many days on the show, I have to be very critical of the way people on the far left approach certain issues. And Bill Maher definitely found some perfectly good examples of people on the left being a little bit unreasonable. So it's not like I watched the video and I was like, oh, Bill, they're right and you're wrong. I watched the video and I thought, yeah, it's a shame that some of these fringe candidates are a little too unreasonable about certain things, but it was split. So some of the things he quoted Mamdani saying, I was like, no, I agree with Mamdani on that. So it's not an across the board, like, do I agree with him or not agree with him on that sort of thing. But again, that just puts us back in this place of like, he's a little more stubborn on some things like you are. And I think that a lot of DSA candidates are too unreasonable in the way that many leftists who call into this show are, but I think where I fundamentally disagree with Bill Maher and where I fundamentally disagree with you, Iowa, is that, yeah, I do think that the right place on the political spectrum for us to be is somewhere very far left, somewhere in Mamdanistan or whatever the fucking Republicans want to call it. Hello, Jessie. Jessie's in the room.
So now I am curious on your view on this then. Because Mamdani has like openly spoken from the readings of Karl Marx. I mean, I would consider Mamdani a Marxist, 100%. Would you consider yourself to be a Marxist?
No, I think that Marx got a lot of things right about what we should strive for in society. He got a lot of things right about the perils of capitalism, but I think that the approach that you get to politics from like ascribing yourself a Marxist and trying to do what he would do or try to predict what he would do, what a lot of people come to is something that I find completely socially and politically unpragmatic. And I say socially and politically important is an important distinction, because not only do we have to find a way for our legal system to allow this, which some of the leftists don't want to, they want to overthrow it, but I would argue that overthrowing the system and replacing it is one way to like create laws that support that. We also need to garner social support. We need to, which is a big part of Marxist-Leninist ideology. These vanguard parties that are supposed to gather up support for the whole notion by educating the working class, awakening the working class to what the bourgeoisie is doing to them. And I think that sort of clash consciousness is something that their far left approach, where they say fuck everyone who ever voted for a Democrat because they're Zionists or whatever, isn't a way that is likely to be socially pragmatic. I don't think they're going to be successful in garnering the widespread support that they need for these sorts of systems to work. Whereas I think I have an approach that's very close to theirs in effect, but I actually have a more reasonable approach that is more socially palatable to a wide group of people, which I think is really important for a political perspective that will work. I can sit here and say what my ethics are all day long, but when I say what we should vote for, it does need to be something that people have a chance voting for. I'm just a pragmatist at the end of the day. And I think that Memdani is a similar type of character. I think he sees value in Marxism in the same way that I do, but to say that he just is a Marxist I don't think that's accurate to say.
Okay, I should say he subscribes to readings of Karl Marx.
Well, so do I. Really, so should anybody. In any regard, even a hardcore Republican should have read the manifesto in high school. What does that even mean? It is important 20th century history.
My ideals on politics like to grab from a lot of different political stances, like Marxism, socialism. Even if you really want to get into it, fascism has its place in the world, like a production studio. So
yeah, there is a chain of command here.
Yeah, so everything has its place in the world and can be, used for good if you use it for good. And so just prescribing to some parts of Marxism doesn't make you a Marxist.
Yeah, I'm actually going to bring Will in because he just mentioned something in the Discord, so I'll let him advocate for it himself. But what he said in the Discord is Iowa doesn't understand the DSA platform, and I think that if somebody were to watch that Bill Maher video and just look at the DSA candidates that he quotes in it, I think they would come to a very, very inaccurate picture of what the DSA party wants on average, what politicians that represent the DSA actually want, because he's picking some extremes, and that to me is problematic because I can look at extremes in the Republican Party, but it just so happens that the extremes are in charge. It's people like Stephen Miller and Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth. So I'll let Will take the floor on that, but I think I agree with Will on that.
Yeah, Bill Maher basically got the right wing talking points and an extreme version of them, and was just kind of regurgitating them out there. I don't think that Bill Maher understands it. I haven't seen the full video, but I have seen some clips of what Bill Maher had to say. So I don't know. IowaGolfer, have you read through the DSA program or the platform?
I've never read there, but I've on the
Might not work with service today, Iowa. Are you somewhere remote?
I'm in Iowa. Everywhere's remote.
I think we might have to continue this another time. It's not being too functional, but I think we also got most of our point across.
I think I'm back.
Okay, we can. Back? Yeah, I can hear. We'll give it one more try. Go ahead, Will.
Yeah. Okay. So I couldn't quite catch whether you had or hadn't. It sounded like you hadn't read the DSA platform.
I haven't gone to the DSA's website and read their bullet points, but I have seen what some of their candidates have to say and what they want to do if elected, and I've also seen what the news has been saying about them. But I've never gone to the DSA's website and read their bullet points word for word. No.
Okay. So yeah, I actually I went through and then actually made my own sort of bullet pointed talking points version of it. And I will say that the only part of it that I disagree with is the closing of the overseas military bases, but that's just because I'm a big fan of NATO. Other than that, everything else in there makes perfect sense and is something that we should advocate for. But the entire program that is online is incredibly aspirational, and it's not something where it's just going to be drag and drop and all of a sudden it is going to replace everything that we currently have. There's a lot of things in there that would be very easy to for us to implement, and others where it would be a continual uphill battle. But what the DSA platform and the way that I'm interpreting it is that basically, like, it's appealing to everyone being completely done with capitalism and the way that it can disregard a vast majority, 99% of the population. So I would implore you to go ahead and read it when you get a chance. And some of it is going to be a little shocking to you, but yeah.
Go ahead, Iowa.
So they want to disregard capitalism. Is that what you said?
Well, I think that, like, when we talk about what
did he say?
The democratic socialists want to erode capitalism.
Yeah, exactly.
In the same way that I'm always talking about how, like, as we get bigger and better and more prosperous economically, like, we should be taking the fact that the average amount of productivity that comes from an hour of work from a person in this country is getting greater and greater and greater. We should distribute some of that prosperity so that people's lives aren't that difficult. And you've heard me talk for hours and hours, Iowa, about how I want to keep doing that. We made the fire department free. We've made schools free. We should make healthcare free. There's all these other things. And the Democratic Socialists is kind of an organized effort to keep doing those sorts of things. Like, what can we do with socialism next to get to a place where capitalism doesn't fuck as many people over as it currently is?
Yeah. Here's the question then. If we erode capitalism, fine. Can you show me an example in history where they have eroded capitalism and replaced it with socialism or communism and it has worked out better?
Well, I'll just say there's countries that are farther ahead of us on that curve than we are, like the Scandinavian countries that rank higher than us on HDI are doing that. Like when we were talking about Norway just earlier today.
Scandinavian countries are backed by capitalism.
Well, yeah, they still allow capitalism, and this type of democratic socialism does.
The best way to look at it is socialism for what you need, capitalism for what you want. So things like food, education, energy, medicine, transportation, housing.
Programs. You want social programs backed by capitalism, backed by a capitalist economy.
No,
I would agree with that. I think that's a good thing. I would think that that's a good thing. A socialist programs for the people backed by a capitalist economy. I think that's a good position to take, and I think that's a good thing to strive for.
That basically is the way to look at it.
If you could show me a socialist economy that outperforms a capitalist economy, then I would listen. Well, I don't know if I've ever.
But I gave the example of like countries that are further along in this process, because like what I really disagree with the far leftists on is that I don't want to like have some sort of societal collapse where we like reboot the government and go straight for socialism, straight for communism. That to me seems really dangerous, and the societal cost of that is really, really great. Lots of people would die, and I don't even like. There's no guarantee it'll work, because if we have societal collapse, who's gonna fucking win? Probably not the nicest guys, So like I'm a little worried about what will happen if we like overthrow the government. I don't think that's a good idea.
Flashbacks to Sunday's call. That guy who was, So I just don't think that's very smart. But what I think is very smart is to say, what can we do next? And right now in America, it's things like healthcare and maybe some better free college for people, or some student loan forgiveness, or expansion for like housing programs, because we do have government funded, like subsidized Section 8 housing and stuff like that. But we could expand that. And in the same way, previously we were talking about SNAP benefits, making it so that people can get through tougher chapters of their life faster and go back to paying into the system more than they cost it. We can just find new programs that do that, and the more programs like that we have, the better this system works, and we can just keep it going. And we are seeing countries that are ahead of the curve on us, and I worry that if we keep fast forwarding, if we fast forward 50 years, we don't want Germany to outpace America in terms of this types of prosperity, because they're going to start looking at us like we're a developing nation if we do that. I want us to be in the same playing field in the future. I'm going to play the dad card here with Iowa real fast.
Doing that, I think it's kind of, I'm not going to say irresponsible, but I think it's kind of, I don't want to call you disingenuous, Oscar, but I think it's kind of crazy that you would say that a country would look at America as a developing country.
I worry in 50 or 100 years, that's what we're very much on track for right now.
I disagree with I still do truly believe that we are the global superpower. I mean, I really do.
The greatest indicator that we are falling behind is the fact that we are the only country within the top 32 developed countries that doesn't have universal health care.
Yeah. Among
a very
countries,
high maternal mortality rate.
Yep. if you look at like the top 20, top 30, like Raven just brought up, they're basically we're running on fumes from when we were doing this 50 to 70 years ago by taxing the shit out of the wealthy, but it's just not going to last forever. Poor people society is going to continue to suffer if people can't pay their fucking bills. 60% of the population living paycheck to paycheck is too fucking many. That's not an equation for a country to continue to be prosperous. That's how you end up with civil unrest. Like if people are concerned about the homelessness problem, it's like you should be concerned about all the people who are about to be homeless, not all the people who are currently homeless who I'm trying to house. And these programs work against that. So it's not fear mongering. It's not like me like trying to be disingenuous. I really do think it's fair to say that if the Republicans get what they want, in 50 years Germany will be the leader of the free world. Yeah. Some country like Germany. It might not be Germany, but
yeah. So Will had just brought up the maternal mortality rate. What about the maternal mortality rate were you talking about?
I've talked to you a lot about HDI, IowaGolfer, how like there's all these indicators that are like added up into HDI. Like you're familiar, right? Human Development Index, that metric that we stack rank the countries by.
To an extent,
just a little bit.
Like birth rates and maternal mortality rates and stuff like that. But
the maternal mortality rate
is that you gotta look at all the things that are included in that, right?
Right. So just the reason I think Will can speak for himself, but I think the reason he brought it up is because the maternal mortality rate is specifically a really good indicator of what all the other things are going to be. If you don't know very much about a country and you want to judge by one metric instead of a meta-analysis that like HDI is, if you just want to judge by one thing, there are certain metrics like the birth rate, maternal mortality rate, of equity and availability of education for women is a big one. There's like a handful that really are good representations that you can guess if the maternal mortality rate is high, you can guess the country is going to be shitty, and it should be alarming for us that ours is still high.
So can I give you kind of a smart ass scenario here?
Sure.
And I understand this is very smart ass. If you want to drastically drop the maternal mortality rate and raise the birth rate, what is one thing that would do that? Dramatically.
Yeah. You're gonna give me the abortion argument, but that falls flat on its face because it's not that you like if you forced the maternal mortality rate, to decrease, or like we could increase the birth rate by like kidnapping women and raping them and making them have lots of babies, but you're trying to fix the symptom of a society instead of actually what causes that symptom. So you're going about the problem the wrong way.
Well, no. I mean that is a major cause of maternal mortality. I think you can agree with that.
What is
birth rate
dropping? Would reduce.
That's part of it.
What is a part of it?
I don't want to say the banned word because I don't want to do that to you. You banned it, so
no, it's fine. No, we were just talking about how banning it worked, and it can poke its head into a conversation like this. But what I'm saying is that if a high birth rate for like, by the way, like you could reduce the maternal mortality rate, but you would increase the birth rate, and the birth rate is actually one that we also want to see go down in correspondence with all these other figures that go into Human Development Index, which is actually to tie it back to another wedge issue is why immigration is so good, because in a prosperous society the birth rate declines and you replace that birth rate with immigration.
You want our birth rate in the United States to go down, Oscar?
It will necessarily if we continue to succeed at being a prosperous country. That is a global trend that every society runs into.
Also, if I can fact check real quick, I'm fairly certain the statistics say that banning abortion increases maternal mortality.
I was just about to say the math doesn't work out there.
Yeah.
It would definitely increase the maternal mortality.
Because you get OBGYNs who are afraid to practice. They leave certain areas. Those states, the states where abortion has been banned,
well, so
the maternal mortality rate is increased.
The way I look at it is I don't know, and maybe you know, Oscar, I don't know. How many abortions are performed in America every year?
A lot.
Millions.
Millions. Hundreds of thousands, if not millions. Yeah, it's a lot.
If you take millions of those, away, that would absolutely decrease the mortality rate. Because that's
maternal
mortality.
Mortality rate is the death rate of the mother, isn't it?
Yes.
It is.
It's
specifically the mother.
A lot of those abortions are performed to save the mother.
No, abortion is included in the mortality rate, in the maternal mortality rate.
That's the rate of the moms passing, and
You're talking about infant mortality.
Yep.
Yeah, we're talking about the mom dying, giving birth. That's what that's what maternal mortality rate is. Oh wait, the chat says we're wrong. Look how quick the chat is.
Holy shit.
Yeah, when the chat's that quick to say we're wrong, I think we're wrong.
No, I think they're on our side.
Yeah, maternal is mother, infant is.
Oh no, they were talking to
baby.
Iowa. Okay, I was looking at the wrong thing.
Got it. Yeah.
See, look how quick I am to admit I might be wrong, even when I'm not.
I was gonna say, it just like
Also,
like
chat was quick to point out as well that when Roe v. Wade was overturned, abortion rates went up.
Yeah, it's just another like you could like banning abortion doesn't magically make abortion go away.
Thing. Like that's another thing that I think is like odd is that even with the overturning of Roe v. Wade, abortions are still accessible and still. I mean, they're having more of them now than they were before Roe v. Wade was overturned.
Right.
I'm off of Roe v. Wade. Okay, we're off.
Do you know why that they've gone up, Iowa? Do you know why they've gone up, Iowa?
I don't. No.
Because women are mortified to reach the point where they will be told that they have to wait until the baby's dead. They don't want to even risk having a late term issue where it causes them to have to die because maybe the baby had to be held on too long. Women are terrified.
I do want to applaud you right there, Raven, for doing something, and I'm not even sure if you realized what you just did, but you did just acknowledge that it is a baby, and I'm very happy that you did that. Even if you didn't mean to, I don't know. I'm glad that you did do that.
Hold on. But the issue, Iowa, is that like we can have a slip of the tongue where like if we say unborn baby or something like that doesn't change the underlying political perspective, because I think that Raven would agree with me is that it doesn't matter whether it's a baby, it doesn't matter whether it's a human life, it doesn't matter whether it has unique DNA. What matters whether or not is if it's a person, because we ascribe rights to people, we defend people.
Yeah. Well, I believe all humans should have rights.
No, I don't think that's true at all.
Human rights.
No, I don't think
I
that's.
also do try to use words that you'll relate to, Iowa.
Yeah, so when I say person, it's because it's important to me that personhood to me means that you get that set of rights. You have to be a person in order for me to be able to murder you. You don't have to be a human in order for me to be. Making you a human doesn't mean that I can murder you. It's being a person that means I can murder you. A person is a subset of humans, and there are humans who are not persons. And I would be happy to say that a 2 weeks along zygote is a human, but it's not a person, and I only ascribe rights to people, and that's where that disconnect is of like, I don't think that unborn babies, children, kids, humans, whatever you want to call them, prior to 20 to 24 weeks have any of the things necessary for me to ascribe them personhood, which comes with a whole bunch of baggage about rights and stuff like that, and I don't do that for someone until they have consciousness, which happens later.
Yeah. So I don't think I've ever actually really even explained this, but while I don't agree with any form of abortion, I am actually generally okay. I mean, I understand abortions before 20 weeks, but after 20 weeks, after a child is, what's the term? It's
you're probably thinking of viability.
Viable, yeah. Once they're viable.
I also don't value viability, though. It should be okay. Yeah, because the thing about viability is that I could make the philosophical argument that a sperm sitting in my nutsack and an egg sitting in my girlfriend is a viable human that could exist someday, but that doesn't give them rights. So there's nothing.
A viable hypothetical.
A viable hypothetical. Yeah, hypothetically they could become viable later.
Pregnancy isn't hypothetical.
Right, but the thing that I value about rights that allows me to ascribe rights to a person and say this person should have rights is this personhood thing, which I think comes from their ability to suffer, which has nothing to do with viability.
Okay, say that again. I'm sorry.
Like viability refers to whether or not the baby could be born and survive on its own, and viability happens so much later that I'm perfectly happy to say that we shouldn't be aborting viable babies. I'm just saying that it doesn't matter to me. Like, it doesn't change the ethics of the problem whether or not the fetus is viable. That will never be what determines whether or not I think it has rights. A rock is more viable than any of us. It can sit in the sun for eternity, for millions of years, with nothing ever going wrong for it. How viable is that compared to the brief candle in the dark that we all get to live for 80 or 100 years if we're fucking lucky? What does that have to do with what it's like to be a human?
You don't think ethics should be a determining factor in any of it?
No, I think that my ethics suggest that what should be a determining factor in it is whether or not the entity has the capacity for suffering, and if it has never had the capacity for suffering and currently doesn't, I ascribe no ethical value to what happens to it. But I ascribe great ethical value to what can happen to the mother, to the pregnant person. So I default to her.
There is I mean, it is factual that babies in the womb can feel, they can suffer, they have feeling, they have awareness.
After 20 to
That's
24
proven.
weeks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So after
I'm
24
actually
weeks,
pointing
would
out
you
that the
say
viability thing is later than I think that the line for suffering is, which is why elective abortion should be limited into before this like personhood thing happens, where like I'm willing to say that something has, in my ethical framework, should have rights, should have human rights, should be respected. That once that happens, I don't think we should be able to do elective abortions anymore. But there's a bunch of reasons after that period where, for medical necessity, to save the life of the mother or something, we might have to do the trolley problem of violating the rights that I believe that individual then has as a person. But yeah, I don't think that there should be elective abortions after that period.
I think it's
Yeah,
important to also add in
I
that
100% agree with what you just said there, Oscar, to a certain extent. 100% agree.
100% agree to a certain
viability
extent?
I shouldn't have said that, but I
real quick before
strongly
you
agree
get
with
further into it, I think the bridge here that isn't being gapped properly is that after viability, in our side of the situation, we are intending to go for, delivering the baby. We're not trying to kill the baby up to like 36 weeks or whatever.
Hey, Oscar, if you want to drop me down for somebody, Bread BZ, that's in the box. I just wanted to come up and talk real quick about the DSA and Iowa. As a dad, I'm going to play the dad card here real quick. One of the things that was most appealing to me about the DSA platform was that they want to go to a 32-hour work week, which gives you basically another day to spend with your kids. So food for thought and some appeal right there. So I'll drop down for the algorithm. Thanks for having me up, Oscar.
Appreciate you, Will. You still there, Iowa? I see you're teacupped.
I'm here. Sorry, I'm just doing some paperwork.
Sure thing, but I do think I am going to move on to another caller because I know I got to limit the Iowa time a little bit, and I feel like we've kind of come to something of a conclusion in terms of where we disagree there. Because I'm sure Iowa will be back, and
you're good.
We'll be covering this stuff.
Real quick before we kick Iowa, do you agree with the stance that after viability you should shoot for delivery?
Absolutely. After viability, delivery should be the end goal. Yes.
And so with that perfect outcome, we need just access to healthcare in general, unrestricted. Doctors need to be able to make that call.
Well, yeah, absolutely. What I'm saying is that abortion should be the last what's the term?
Last resort.
Like the last straw, like the last resort. That's right.
Yeah.
I absolutely agree with
I'm
that.
glad we can agree on that.
Yeah, after
I have what I call the Joe Biden view on abortion.
But yeah, we'll talk about it more another time.
After viability, no. Extremely safe, legal, and rare. Extremely rare.
I think we learned today that a lot of our disagreements have been semantic, and we agree a lot more about abortion than we looked probably like we did in the past. But with that, I'll kick you both for the algorithm and move on to some new callers.
Thanks for having me. Love you, chat. Nice seeing you, Iowa.
Thanks.
Thanks,
Raven. Nice seeing you, Raven.
Talk to you later, Iowa. And I am going to read through some donations because Araxa sent $2 on Cash App to say, what does Iowa think of a national abortion ban? I did see the donation, but I think the question was already answered by the time I saw it. So thank you for the $2. And then we already read David. Callie, I think that's pronounced Callie. She sent me $10 on Venmo to say, my husband and I are actively trying to have a kid and I still need abortion access in case something happens. Not because we want to kill a baby, but because I don't want to die or bring something into this world that will only suffer. Cal, and that's Art by Al's wife, who also donates sometimes. Hope it goes well for you guys. I hope you guys find your way to having a happy, healthy baby. That's what we all want, right? For people who want it. And then over on YouTube Super Chat, got to scroll back a little ways because they were rolling in. SEK100. I don't know what type of currency that is, but I did Google how much that is. That's about $10. So thank you for the $10, Paradise. You said you are the best political debater since sliced bread. Hey, low bar, man. Sliced bread sucks at debating. Since I started watching you, I started showing interest in my local politics. Greetings from Sweden. I don't care where on earth it is. I love that you've started taking an interest in your local politics. Everybody should do that. That's good. And jokes aside, I really do appreciate the compliment. Thank you for the kind words. Indomitable Alley Cat sent $5 to say, report from Department of Health and Human Services found that corporations are responsible for the majority of healthcare fraud. Since guest is so worried. Yeah, once again, like, every time we bring up fraud, it's like the billionaires are worse. If you want to tackle fraud, like, go after these fucking wealthy assholes that are cheating the system so successfully. Good Citizen sent $2 to say, heard you on Parker's show yesterday. Love you. Thank you. If you're a new viewer from Parker's, W. Parker for giving me so much airtime. He let me on the show for 3 hours, and that was lots of fun. It was a good old fashioned cookout over on Parker's stream. I had a great time. Cosmic Travesty sent $5 to say Jessie's mayoral campaign fund. Jessie is in fact running for mayor of Minnesota.
God damn, dude, the second I sit down in my chair, I'm like, I'm gonna have a good day today. And the first thing I see is Cosmic Travesty donating to my campaign fund for mayor. It's a little funny.
That slip of the tongue is going to follow you to the grave, Jessie. Forever. Welcome to the internet, Jessie. I thought you wanted to be a working creative. This is what you asked for.
I actually have a terrible update in regards to the mayor of Minnesota thing. Kristi Noem campaigned as the governor, like America's governor. So I feel like that loops me a little bit too close to Kristi Noem. Did you know that?
No. Anyway, Good Citizen, welcome to the YouTube membership. You're going to be in the members only stream that we do that Sunday evening after we do the evening show on YouTube only at 7 p.m. Central Time, where I have a special guest instead of a bunch of random callers from TikTok. Anna Kaniak decided that 5 other people should have that same membership and gifted 5 memberships. Thank you very much, Anna Kaniak. That's a pretty decent donation. And then 10,000 Seconds is back with another $20 to say only about 14% of foster kids are adopted. If the annual 1.1 million aborted kids are put up for adoption, it would be more than double the amount of kids in the system every year and cost $5 billion to $200 billion a year in taxes to raise them. Wide range, because that is a volatile type of problem in terms of how that problem would get addressed. So, though maybe that was a typo. Maybe it was meant to be 50 to 200 billion. I'm not sure. Thank you, Tina, for the gifts. The Guardian's Pledge. Thank you very much. Yeah, I feel like I'm missing some. I should expand my little gift tray here so I can thank some of these people who are sending me the TikTok gifts, because I am terrible at remembering to notice these. Because Tina's sending stuff. Dune and Fenris, Tina sending lots of stuff. Catch-22, Accidentally, Real Talk. Thank you all for the gifts. I really do appreciate it. And then Jazz sent $5 more on YouTube Super Chat to say, correction, we shouldn't kill viable fetuses. Abortion means to end a pregnancy. Giving birth is a form of abortion definitionally. Miscarriage too. Yeah. Semantic, though. I try to avoid the semantic arguments. They lead us down a bunch of annoying rabbit holes where, like, really I just want to talk about what's right and wrong. And as long as we understand what we are talking about when we have the conversation, that means that we're doing the English language justice and using it to figure out what each other are thinking. Eugenio sent me $5 on Buy Me a Coffee to say, while we're talking about abortion again, I've got $5 to burn. I don't even think personhood of a fetus matters. There is no other medical situation where we force someone to forego their bodily autonomy to save the life of another person. You can't force someone to donate blood or organs, or even if someone else would die if they didn't. To quote Louis C.K., you can shoot a guy if he's in your house. Is kind of the argument there. But yeah, I do think that I guess ethically, I think that, like, by the time you're in the 3rd trimester where it's like really far along, I do think there's something to be said about, like, should have taken care of that earlier. Because now you've created a baby that can suffer.
To everybody who's like, oh, how could you wait that long? I invite you to watch an old show from MTV called I Didn't Know I Was Pregnant. It's a real show.
That's fair. Yeah. It's complicated. But again, these counter examples and, like, other edge cases, like when we look at like 1 million abortions in a year, the vast majority of them are very early elective abortions where, like, none of this matters. And that's like, it's a little bit like a wedge issue within a wedge issue to try to look at, like, the edge cases that make the rules difficult. But that's the whole point, is that if we try to legislate the edge cases, then the doctors who actually deal with the edge cases won't be able to make reasonable decisions because they have to abide by laws that may have drawn the line in the wrong place. So we give that ethical consideration to the doctors, and it shouldn't hurt our feelings that we do, because the doctors deal in ethics every day. It's what they do, dealing in medicine. Ethics is such an important part of the study of medicine because we want experts to be able to make good decisions about what sorts of care make sense for people, or offer them options where they can weigh things like longevity versus quality of life, because that's the sort of dilemma that cancer patients face. It's like, do you want to be miserable for 10 years or happy for 5? That's a question you might face if you get a cancer diagnosis. So they teach doctors ethics and like social work principles so that they can sit down with families and make these decisions in reasonable ways. But if some asshole had an opinion about preserving the sanctity of life because the Bible says that the 10-year option is always better than the 5-year option, I really mourn for the people who don't get to make the decision for themselves that they want to in those situations. So we just got to trust experts with these sorts of things. For $2 on YouTube Super Chat, Melissa said, could Oscar be the rebirth of BreadTube? I don't even know what BreadTube is. That makes me feel, which shouldn't be just because I'm too young, because I remember the beginning of YouTube. Anyway, I don't know what BreadTube is. We're going to talk to Bread BZ, though. He's our next caller. I think I got through all the donations. Forgive me if I missed it. Maybe light me up in the chat if I forgot you. Bread BZ, how old are you?
I'm 33.
Are you a Trump supporter?
I'm not. I'm a friendly. I just wanted to call something out from the last conversation, if you're cool with that. If not,
really quick before I move on.
Yeah, so I just, I worked in abortion care for 10 years. I'm not a medical provider, but I worked in that space as a professional. And I just wanted to call out one thing that I hear come up all the time in abortion conversations that you were just kind of touching on, which is late-term abortions. So I just wanted to clarify, you guys were absolutely correct in what you were saying, that the term abortion refers to any time a pregnancy is ended. So in the medical world, that applies to a much broader spectrum of situations than just simply an elective abortion. But what frustrates me with the late-term abortion thing is that nobody is electing to get a late-term abortion. Nobody is going to their doctor at 20, 25, 30 weeks and saying, you know what, actually take it out. I don't want it. That's not a thing. And no ethical medical provider, no matter how progressive, how strongly they believe in abortion, no ethical medical provider is going to do that. The situations where it's late-term abortion is where there is some kind of medical necessity. Either the baby is not viable. There are so many issues that would make a baby not viable that aren't,
or like a traumatic
until,
injury or something, like a car accident type situation.
Sure, or even certain, like anencephaly, baby's not developing a brain. You don't know that until much later, oftentimes. So the late-term elective abortion is not an abortion in the way that a lot of pro-lifers think, where they're like ripping the fetus apart and removing it. That's not a thing. It, at that point, would just be an induction of labor of a non-viable fetus.
Right.
So I just want to call that out.
No, absolutely. And that's the sort of education I'm talking about, where like in those on-the-ground moments in the ER or in the doctor's office, in the hospital room, like doctors make decisions with families about what makes the most sense to progress forward. And if you have legislators just decide that there's a line here that can't be crossed, that's how you end up with a woman who has a non-viable fetus that's illegal for the doctor to abort, lest you want to go to prison for murder. And that's a fucking terrible situation, which we are now seeing because Roe v. Wade has been overturned.
100%.
So thank you for your contribution. I appreciate the expertise.
Of course. Thank you.
I also appreciate Zachary for sending me $5 on Venmo. He said, my girlfriend had a story about how her mom was in denial that she was pregnant even after her mom's water broke and she was giving birth to my girlfriend. While she's likely a fringe case, you never know what someone's mental state may be during their pregnancy. Well, Jessie just mentioned an entire reality program that was based around that sort of situation, which I do remember watching a few episodes of back in the day. And ooh, how terrible a situation. But yeah, we should try to consider all the effects of our legislation instead of just, narrowly thinking that addressing some edge problem isn't going to affect every other case. Looking at you, Save Act, same problem there, but with voting instead of pregnancies. But we are going to talk to Mr. Ping after I thank Waldo for becoming a supporter over on YouTube. Welcome to the team. Mr. Ping is going to tell us how old we are, and then we'll ping each other's thoughts on politics. If he connects. Maybe they didn't know they were in the queue. I don't know. Goodbye. I'm going to disconnect him. I don't think he meant to be in the queue. Is John back? Did we ban John? John wouldn't turn on his camera.
Did you ban every John?
No, I recognize the profile picture. John ran, that's what it was. Yes, I told John that his worldview was small and he couldn't see beyond the social influence of the people around him, which is why he made sensible social policies when I gave an example about a group of his friends, but he couldn't apply that example to the tax system or the welfare system as a whole. Welcome back, John. How old are you again?
I'm 20.
Right. Why are you back?
Because I think that you thought that I was trying to be dishonest, and maybe I was underneath it all, but I wasn't doing it on purpose.
I don't think you were being dishonest. I think you were being cognitively dissonant.
Ooh, okay.
No. Do you know the difference?
No, I don't.
Well, if you believe two things that are completely in conflict with each other, just two, or you come to a different conclusion under one set of circumstances and a different conclusion under another, even though the underlying principles are the same, that's cognitive dissonance. It means that there's like something wrong in the way that you think about this, but you can still hold both of those positions and think that you're right about both of them, which is an honest position to have. And if we're going to talk about whether or not you're being disingenuous or genuine as a caller, but it doesn't mean you're right. So I don't actually think that for you to be disingenuous and dishonest, you would have to know you're wrong and be telling me a bunch of bullshit that makes you, look like you're right to the audience. I don't think that's what you were doing. I think that you were cognitively dissonant and just completely unaware of it.
Then why were you telling me to turn on my camera? I also don't like to turn on my camera because there could be, like, some of your followers, you don't know their past history, and they could be weird people. And now my face is on the internet.
Well, no, yeah, you're right. I did ask you to turn your camera on, which suggests that you're not being genuine. But another thing is just that I think that people fail to take these conversations seriously, and they're about important things. So yeah, thinking more about the conversation we had, maybe that's what was going on in my head a little bit. Maybe I did think you were being a little disingenuous about a couple of things. Maybe I thought that you realized that you were wrong, but you were unwilling to admit it, and that's kind of disingenuous. But
you also compare me to someone who would scream the N-word on your page.
Yeah,
which I don't understand.
Because you just said that this concern that you have about people in your life, that to me does suggest that you're being disingenuous, because it sounds to me like you spread political beliefs on here that you wouldn't spread in your real life. Maybe you do believe them. That's still genuine, but you're not being genuine in your real life. I guess that's what's going on in my head. Maybe you're being genuine on the call, but you know that you wouldn't want to say these things in public with, your identity associated with them. Turning your camera on forces the two to be the same, and it shows that you're at least not going to be disingenuous in that way, whether you're disingenuous in real life or on the show.
No, the thing is, I don't want to turn on my camera because I go to university, and my people within the university, my family and friends, know my political beliefs. I don't want a stranger on the internet who could be a pervert, like, looking at my face. That has nothing to do with me being embarrassed about the political beliefs I hold. It has to do with my overall,
I was a high school teacher. I was a high school teacher, and I had my face on here every single day. I had Twitter constantly after me. Every now and then I'd piss off like Cam Higby or something, and I'd get like a whole mess of death threats. I'm fine. What are you worried about?
No, I'm saying, I don't want perverts to be seeing my face. If I had a child and I was posting their face on the internet, I would not post their actual face. I would blur it out.
You're 20.
It's not even
you're an adult.
It doesn't have to do with safety. I've said safety. I don't necessarily mean it solely has to do with safety. It just has to do with the fact that I don't want perverts seeing who I am.
Does your face exist anywhere on the internet? Have you ever posted
in a private setting? Yeah, it does.
I don't. Okay, now I'm gonna accuse you of being disingenuous. I don't fucking believe you. I don't think you're worried about perverts seeing your face. That's ridiculous.
It kind of doesn't work because you're of legal age, my friend.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
Wait. So you guys, you think that I would not want to publicly say that I don't think that we should be taxing the rich at 90%? You think I would be embarrassed to hold that position?
No, I think that that's an oversimplification of the type of character you demonstrated to the audience that you had over the course of the call. I think it's a little more complicated than that, why somebody who could have listened to your previous call would judge your character based on your political positions.
Okay, I'll tell you another. I'm a Christian, and if I ever had a political debate about Christianity where I would not be embarrassed to speak about my faith, I still wouldn't want my face to be on the internet. It has nothing to do with the positions that I'm holding. It has to do with that I do not want my face to be on the internet while I'm debating someone. Nothing to do with
I can't make you do anything. You have the right to do that, but I'm still perfectly allowed to speculate that it's because you're like a disingenuous coward of some sort. You're not doing a good job of convincing me you have a good reason to not want to show your face. Sometimes people say they're shy and they don't want to show their face, and I'm like, and I kind of believe that sometimes. Like, you can just convince me.
I just give you a very good reason.
I don't understand why.
I just give you a very good reason.
What is the reason, though? You keep saying you don't want to.
The reason is that I could be talking about Jesus's life and death, and I would still not show my face. It's just not the type of person I am. I don't go out of my way to show people my physical
I'm asking you
appearance.
why you're that type of person, though. So telling me that you're that type of person isn't interesting. Why are you the type of person who's willing to have a conversation like ours online?
Because I'm a reserved person. I'm a reserved person, and I think I can keep that reservedness while just allowing my
I think
voice
calling into a show
to
like this
speak.
one and having a conversation like the one that we had earlier today makes you far more naked online than just showing your face in a profile picture. or
Okay,
for 10
you can
seconds on
think
the
that.
show. Yeah, like we learned about your like your feelings about ethics and social programs and stuff like that. That's way more intimate than what you look like. Which again, like we can just judge that as a subjective opinion, because you have the right to not show your face on here. Like I can't make you. I can kick you for not doing it, which I might do soon. But I just personally don't believe that it's from some greater sensibility, or that you're just such a prude that you don't like showing your face online. I don't think that tracks. I call bullshit. Don't pass the sniff test for me.
No, I think that 90% of the people in your chat, if you were to invite them up here, they would not show their face. Not because they're embarrassed that they're watching the live stream, just due to the fact. I know, and I'm talking about the majority of people. The majority of people in your chat would not come onto your platform and be willing for them to show them their face. It has nothing to do with what
give me a yes or no.
What they did not say.
Would you show your face if you came on the show briefly? Like if you came up for friendly time and you wanted to say, "Hey, Oscar, love the show. I appreciate everything you do." Would you be willing to do it with your camera up? Just yes or no in the chat. Let's see. Got some no's.
We don't have to hide because we're not racist? What did I say that was racist?
I feel like that's
Wait, hold on. Wait. We got to catch the voter fraud. We got Haley. Haley's committing voter fraud by voting more than once. Who else? Do you see any, Jesse?
I see YB said no. Haley said no.
Casey said no
Cassie
more
said
than
no.
once. You get muted for voter fraud.
I said.
Hold on. I have to
once.
mute the voter fraud. Do you agree that
Ali
these?
said once.
Do you agree that these people are committing voter fraud in my chat?
I'm not counting them twice though.
No, but they are voting more than once, and we are muting them for committing. You lose your right to
Sounds
vote
like
if you
our
commit.
elections with no voter ID.
Yeah, well,
Sounds like our
no, but
elections.
there's a handy dandy mechanism. Look, we can just see in here who voted twice. We're gonna mute the people who voted twice, and then run the poll
don't
again.
be muting people. That's crazy.
No, but they committed voter fraud.
And
Shouldn't
then
we
you're
take?
gonna-
Hold
and
on,
then
wait.
you're gonna run the poll again?
Do you think it would be a reasonable policy to take away somebody's right to vote if they were caught voting twice?
Bro, you cannot be compared. So you're taking away their entire vote. So now we're not even going to see one of their votes now.
Well, yeah, because they cheated the system. I think we should take away somebody's right to vote if they commit voter fraud.
You know what? I agree with that.
Okay, so then I should mute these people who voted more than once, right?
Well, yeah, but
all right,
now
we
it's
have to
gonna
go
hurt
again
my
now. I
case
think I got
because-
rid of a couple of the voter
Bro,
fraudsters.
that's not.
All right.
those
Yes
were
or
all my
no?
votes,
Yes or
though.
no in the chat. Would you show your face if you came on a show like mine?
Bro just muted it, and now he's acting.
Well, if they hadn't committed voter, you agreed yourself you don't get a vote if you commit voter fraud. So should I?
That's funny.
Should I or should
You
I
know
not
that's
have?
funny.
It is funny. It's entertaining. We're not being productive right now. We're having fun. We do that sometimes on the show. It keeps people interested in the show, so they stay and watch when we are productive.
Oh my word! I'm still singing no. Thanks, Ava. Live life.
See, and everybody's
I
asking me to do
appreciate
a
you.
poll. I've been seeing people say that.
And Swerve. And Patch. Oh my word. And YB. Oh my word. I actually have a lot. I actually have quite a bit.
Okay, yeah. And once again, I think it's very funny that people never track that I don't actually care about the results of the poll. It obviously doesn't matter what my very biased audience says about the poll. I'm just farming for engagement because this conversation is boring for people.
Wait, I have a question then. I have a question.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question? So the majority of people that come on to live debates, I was about to say something else, that come on to live debates, why don't they show their face then?
See, the answer to that question bears not on what the effect of you turning your camera would have on my opinion of you, which is that it would cause me to take you more seriously. And this is my show. So if I don't take you seriously, I'm going to move on. You can make me take you seriously by turning your camera on. If you don't want to, we're done.
There must be some like sexual tension with you and the guest turning on the camera. I'm not going to lie. I think there's some underlying fetish you have. I'm not even.
Jesse, you want to take down? You got thoughts on that, Jesse?
I think
there's some
everyone who was
underlying
here
tension that
yesterday
you
knows
have.
that's not the case.
What even happened yesterday? What are you talking about? Oh yeah, that's right.
I'm not gonna lie.
No, somebody committed a sex crime on the show yesterday. That was kind of fun. Dean Withers was quick to get back on advice about that. It's surprisingly quick. It's surprising how quickly TikTok doesn't really care about what happens to us hosts. That's why we have to deal with all this dodging the TOS stuff. But they do really care about crimes being committed on their platform. So that got worked on very, very quickly. Don't advise doing that.
They're even saying running in the comments.
Yeah, because they consider
They're
it.
literally
They
saying
consider it
running in the
running because
comments.
you're allowed to make your own determination about whether you value your privacy more than me taking you seriously on the show. But I think it's fair to say that most of the guests that refuse to turn on their camera are just running. They're using it as an
Bro's
excuse.
got a fetish. I thought a feet fetish was weird. This is even weirder than a feet fetish. You want the person you're debating to turn on their camera. That actually took first place. I no longer find Feet Finder weird. I find you weird. I find you more weirder than feet fetish.
All right, well, let's not yuck yums.
Like you probably
here.
go back.
What if I do like feet? I don't want to see your. What if I've got a screaming foot fetish and I don't want to see your feet? I want to see your face.
You're probably weird. I'm not even gonna lie. You're the type of person that would go back on the live
honestly, you
stream.
sound sexually repressed as fuck. I bet if you knew everything about me, if you were God looking at how I spent my free time, I bet you would think I'm weird.
You're also the first person to bring up anything sexually related at this point. Like, Oscar said nothing, did nothing. You were the first person to be like, actually.
No, because I'll tell you what. I'll tell you why I'm saying this. It's if he has
violation warning,
a
civic election.
If he has a female coming on here. He never
for
does
election integrity while talking about fetishes.
He never does it to the females.
No,
he never does it to the females. Only the young males.
What do you mean?
Well, no, because the guest always
Only
brings it
the
up
young
first.
males.
The guest always brings it up first, sir.
Only the young males.
We
He wants them to turn on their camera.
Yeah, dude, I think that's projection. I hope.
When was the last time you saw a girl call in?
Last girl
The last girl who called in did put their camera on.
did put her camera on. The chat was mean to her, and I had to defend her. It was a kind of unpleasant call because she was just
You
trying
made
to.
a girl put on her camera?
I didn't. She voluntarily did it because she had seen the previous guest get asked, and she just thought it was the rule. So she just turned it on, and I told her she didn't need to. And then the chat was mean to her, not about her appearance or
so you
anything, just
proved my
about.
point. So you didn't. You
But
didn't
then
make
we
her turn
did.
it
The
on.
last
You
girl
only
who
make
said
the
something
guys.
abhorrent absolutely did have to turn their camera on, and we continued to talk to them for a long time with their camera on.
Oh, wait. Leopard says, girl, you don't platform minors. I'm 31, so for me, that 20-year-old girl was in my mind too young for me. So, girl. But sorry, infantilizing an adult because I.
Wait. So you, in your mind, you consider them a minor, but you want them to put on their cameras? Hey, yo, call the cops. Call the cops. 911 currently dialing.
I think we just said that we don't.
I didn't. See, now you're being a truly disingenuous piece of shit by putting that in my mouth. When all I said is that I consider somebody that young to be like off my radar in terms of what I consider a woman to be. My girlfriend's 35.
And then you asked her to turn on her. And then you asked her to turn on her camera.
No, we did not.
You're not listening.
What we just said.
Yeah, dude, my girlfriend's 35. That's why I think a 20-year-old is a girl, not a woman.
Wait. So I'm 20. So you consider me to be a minor, but you want me to turn on my camera.
Keep using the word minor when I think no, dude. Like now you are being disingenuous and shitty, like straightforwardly, because you know that's not how it. No, I think that I don't believe for a second that you think there's anything concerning about me and my relationship with young people because I infantilized a 20-year-old by referring to them with the word girl. Because to me, a 20-year-old is just like a very young person. In the same way that when people your age call into my show, I tend to kid glove them a little bit. I chose not to do that with you because you're kind of aggressive, but a lot of people your age who call in, I really go into teacher mode. I go into high school teacher mode because I was just a high school teacher. All I'm saying is that people that young to me don't feel like peers to me. That's all it is. And you're upset about
but
it
you
for
want
some.
them to put on their camera.
I didn't.
But you want
she
them
did
to
it
put on their
voluntarily.
camera.
No. When did I say that?
Me.
Yeah, you
Me,
for
me,
reasons.
me,
Yeah,
me,
because
me,
if
me.
you want to be treated like an adult, you're getting treated like an adult right now because you're saying some shit that I think is reprehensible and you won't associate it with your face. If you want to be an adult, if you want to take yourself seriously, I don't want minors to have to show their faces because I think that minors should be forgiven for the dumb shit they said online. I don't think that you should be though because you're cope chuckling your way through this really accurate assessment of your character, which is demonstrated with each passing second that you fail to turn your camera on.
I just absolutely shit on you. I'm not even gonna lie. I just absolutely shit on you. You think that a 20-year-old is a boy or a girl, and yet you want me to turn on my camera because you have a fetish for looking at younger people, according to your own definition. You're disgusting.
No, we're just gonna get another flag for having that shit on the show. I think even with just a half hour left, we should restart on TikTok because that was a nasty violation I got. That's a. Yeah, we are going to restart on TikTok, so just, see you in 2 fucking seconds. But John, really made sure to prove, I was kind of up in the air on him being genuine or not. That's why I asked him to turn on his camera, but he really demonstrated at the end he's a disingenuous piece of shit, probably just a troll. So thanks for wasting our fucking time today. Going offline on TikTok, follow me if you're not already, or just hang out, hit my profile picture, wait 10 seconds, and refresh the page. I'll be live again in literally 15 seconds. Be right back. YouTube, you guys don't have to do anything. Nothing's going to change on YouTube. All right, let's get that set down.
Now that it's just me and YouTube.
Yes.
I see you guys. You guys are my biggest haters.
Donald Trump fucked a bunch of kids with Jeffrey Epstein. Going live on TikTok. Back we go. Gotta have fun when we're not on live. Dude, what a fucking weird thing to go at. Like, say that I was like, did he think that I thought that was it that he wanted me to think that minors were of adults, or that he thought that I thought an adult was a minor? Because either way, it's just that
he was just like cherry picking one word at a time to build a. You know how you can do blackout poetry where you like take a newspaper and you like just cross out words until what's left is like.
Yeah, that's what he was doing.
That's what he was doing with word like a spoken text.
All right, hold on. Let's get back in.
Anacaniac.
Where's my multi-guest request queue? There it is. Let's get the backup account back in the corner. All right, and we'll read the YouTube donations first because those people are still watching, and then we'll read the rest of the donations next, and hopefully we'll get back into a conversation with a lighter. I see you in the queue. Just gonna read my donations, and then you'll be the next caller. Waldo became a member. Where have you been all this time, Waldo? Thank you. Anacaniac said, John, the desperation is evident. Just log off, bro. Tavi Badir sent $2 to say, not election integrity. Anacaniac sent $2 to say, give it up, Oscar. He got you. Yeah. And then like the tongue sticking out emoji, because that's just not at all fucking serious. What is going on with the chat? Why is it showing me the wrong thing? There we go. All right. Nothing new on nothing new on Venmo. Eugenio is still the last on Cash App, or buy me a coffee. Jessie, I was so disorganized with you. Don't ever sleep in again.
Dude, my alarm rang for so long that it like died. My alarm ran out of battery.
I was like mildly worried about you. Because you texted me that thing in the middle of the night, and you were excited about that today. So when you weren't answering the phone this morning, I was like, I hope Jessie's okay.
The only reason I woke up at all is because maintenance was like slamming on my door because that second lock was there. So they knew someone was in the house, you know? And they were like, hello. And I was like, oh my God, where am I?
Oh God, Keemokazzi is on Dean. Hold on. I have another TikTok account. Let's pull it up. Which one am I on here? Is that Oskar Quentin too? Okay, hold on. I'll use all Oskar Quentin music. Let's see what Dean and Keemokazzi are talking about. Sorry, I'm like not friends with Dean on this account, so I actually have to search him. There he is.
What?
Oh, he's gone.
Yeah. Oh, bummer.
Just missed him.
Bummer.
No, Keemokazzi. We're gonna talk to Chris. We're gonna see if Chris is
elusive. We can't even say that on TikTok.
Hey, Oscar.
How you doing, Chris? How old are you?
26.
Do you support Trump?
No. I was up here like I think 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago. I was the one asking you about that one Working Families Act.
Oh, fuck. Hold on. I will Google it right now. Fucking tell me about it. Why didn't I find that post-it?
No, you're good, bro. I know you're busy, man.
No, I have a box of Post-it notes to go through over there. I just haven't gone through them yesterday. Working Families, is this the Working Families Flexibility Act of 2025, HR 2870?
No, I think it's the Working Families Tax Act, I think.
Working Families...
Tax Act?
119th Congress Working Families Tax Cut Act. Is that the one?
Yes, I think. I think it's the one that was granting them about $50 billion, $200 million a year for 5 years.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. I have to probably read the text of this. I really did drop the ball on that. To amend the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 to rename the standard deduction guaranteed deduction to add a bonus amount to the guaranteed deduction for taxable years 2026 and 2027, introduced by a Republican. Unsurprising that the tax deduction is only guaranteed through 2026 and 2027. Do you know why that seems obvious to me for a Republican?
No, that's why I'm confused on it.
About why it's only for 2 years?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, this is like a super common tactic by Republicans. It's the same thing that a lot of, you've probably heard me talk about how in the Big Beautiful Bill, like I think of the Big Beautiful Bill as like a dog turd that they sprinkled a bunch of like cake sprinkles on to make people find it appealing. Have you heard me say that?
Yeah, I have.
Yeah. So one of those sprinkles is the no tax on tips thing, which instead of just codifying permanently so that it would take a law change to undo it, which is what Kamala Harris wanted to do with no tax on tips. They just made it for 2 years so that it would expire. And at its expiry, towards the end of those 2 years, people would think, goodness me, I love not having my my tips taxed. I better make sure that I vote for some Republicans so I get that back. So when you see a policy like this that does something that's, let's assume that the tax cuts are good. I didn't really scrutinize it all that carefully. But if we're to assume that that policy is one that would be good for the tax burden of families in a way that benefits society, I'm unsurprised that a good sounding bill from a Republican is one that expires just in time to worry about electing more Republicans.
Okay, thank you. No, thank you. Because that's where I got confused. It was like a 2-year tax cut. And I'm like, okay, that makes 0 sense towards me. I mean, if it was supposed to be, a tax cut that was supposed to benefit for the economy, you would expect it to be at least like a permanent act for the people.
Yeah, and you're thinking about it the right way, that you saw that and thought that's peculiar. That sounds good. Why would we only do it for 2 years? But if you think about the motivations of the politicians, it makes perfect sense that they're going to sunset that just in time to say, well, you got a new bill. You got to vote for us so that we vote for the bill to do it again. So the Republicans like to hold people hostage with good policy instead of just instituting good policy and calling it a win, which I find quite reprehensible.
Yeah, no, they're just trying to play a game then at that point. Yeah, no, that's why I didn't like it. I had to get your insights on that, man. Seriously.
Sorry it took me so long. I should have just done it on air the first time, but I let that one slip. I let that one slip through the ADHD cracks. My bad.
No, you're good, bro. You got so much stuff going on. I can't even blame you.
I appreciate that. I do have a lot going on. It's kind of hectic right now.
Hey, well, thank you so much for that, man. I hope you have a great rest of your stream and a great day, man.
Appreciate you, Chris. W's in the chat for Chris for having good curiosity about something in a bill that didn't make sense. So he asked somebody for some guidance on that. We should all try to be more like that. Elusive Viper said, Jessie for Mary of, let's put a long pause in here so that the TikTok gods don't hear that the rest of it is Joanna, the Mary of that. Anyway, another inside joke from the members only stream. And Pat in the chat has been a member for a month. So he says, 1 month. Woo, let's fucking go. Appreciate you for being a member. Melissa sent $2 to say MAGA being weird is a symptom of a bigger problem. I agree.
You missed Cosmic Travesty's response to my YouTube blip there.
Oh, yeah. Hey, we're your biggest fans and fully support your political ambitions. Dude, you're going to be a great mayor of Minnesota. I'm rooting for you. I tried to write you on the ballot, but I couldn't find where. Anyway, you can go to the link tree in my bio if you want to become one of the supporters of the show. Joseph did that. He went and found the Cash App in my link tree in the bio to say, for $5, you are my favorite, you and the team. Thank you. The team appreciates you very much, Joseph. But it's not just Cash App. We got a Venmo, Buy Me a Coffee, and Patreon in there. Buy Me a Coffee is international if you want to support from afar. So yeah, link tree in the bio. Follow me on all the other platforms. Follow the backup account. Where is it? Over there? Yes. Click on that and follow that account on TikTok in case we get a ban, which we did tomorrow because, or not tomorrow. What am I talking about? Yesterday. Long show today. Yesterday we got unbanned immediately. Thanks.
Join the Discord if you want to get in on those inside jokes.
Yeah. Discord's good for inside jokes. That's in the link tree in the bio. Gotta send some information, do an application, make sure the mods think you're not going to cause trouble on there. But yeah, because we did have somebody commit a sex crime on the show, and TikTok got mad at me. We went to TikTok jail about that. He's going to go to real jail about it because TikTok is like really fucking strict on actual crimes being committed on the air. It's amazing how fast they fucking responded. Thanks, Dean, for the advice on that. He's dealt with that some, but the reason we're not dealing with it anymore is because like it's like a not trivial sex crime he committed. So they do take it seriously. Anyway, we're gonna talk to Jack Boglin Lifts. Is he gonna lift up the peep? No, he's not gonna do anything. Didn't even have to finish the pun. Stairway 2. I prefer Stairway 1, but we're gonna talk to Stairway 2 and see what he thinks about American politics. Hello. How old are you?
What's up, man? How are you doing?
Doing all right. How old are you?
I'm 28.
Okay, do you support Trump?
I do support Trump, and I am one of his Spartacus in the Middle East, actually,
You're what?
To Spartacus, Spartacus.
Spartacus.
Yeah, Spartacus.
Oh, okay.
Yes. We are one of the fighters. Just you can, name it as a fighter, because we have a lot of missions to do to make it great again.
I'm not following.
And the first step is, to destroy Iran. Second is China, and the third is the atheist on Earth.
Oh, so I'm an atheist.
Yeah, exactly. I know that. I know.
All right. So you
have 3 years left.
Until what?
You have 3 years left on Earth.
Are we
because
raptured?
Jesus will come back. Because Jesus will come back, and Trump is a religious man.
Wait, no. I want to be very clear.
Religious.
What's going to happen to me in 3 years?
So in 3 years, we're gonna clean all this garbage in our way before that Jesus come back to the earth.
We are getting raptured.
Let me ask in a way that makes sure that I understand. What's life going to be like for me in 4 years?
The life will be great without atheists on earth.
No, but I'm an atheist. So what is life?
Religious and the Abrahamic accordings? Only those people, those majority people.
But I'm an atheist. So what is life going to be like for me in 4 years?
I don't know. Maybe in other planets. Maybe I don't know, man. Come on, it depends. It depends. You know what I'm saying? But we're gonna find out. We're gonna find out a good a good planet for you. You know what I'm saying? For you.
Is Elon Musk going to ship me to Mars? Is that what they're building all them rockets for, to deport the atheists?
Exactly.
I sure hope so.
Now you connect things together. Yes. Now you're right. Now, you understand what I'm saying. Yes. Yes.
What country are you from?
I thank Trump because he gave us F-35 for Turkey. So we are happy, and Israel is not happy anymore.
Dude, I'm trying to let this bit work on the show, but you're just yapping. What the fuck? What can we?
I'm not yapping, man. I'm not yapping. I make more sense than you.
Chat wants to know if you're part of the IDF.
Through your life, just easy. What IDF? IDF is also last 3 years for ADF. Israel. They're gonna make great Israel, but this will not happen because I'm here. I'm Trump. You know what I'm saying?
So I don't know what you're saying.
I'm so bought back in now that I know he's not IDF.
He's not IDF. Okay,
this guy is like anyone.
How do you?
IDF? No, this is an Islamic. Symbol. It's not a Jewish symbol. This is an 8. This is a star of 8.
Nurse Elliot, thank you for the $1. IDK. I don't have a joke for today, but here's the daily dono for the. Ooh, thank you, Nurse Elliot. I appreciate you. Sorry, it's hard for me to not read the donations out.
Do you believe that Trump is the Messiah or that Trump is the king right now?
No.
Bro, he is, man. Bro, he is. Look what he's doing, man. Look what he's doing. He's kicking everyone out in the world,
He does sound like Ollie G. He does sound like Ollie G. You don't know Ollie G? That's like a Sacha Baron Cohen character from 20 years ago. We're gonna go down a millennial field trip after the show wraps because fucking Jesse's a Zoomer or something. Why are you looking at me like that?
Someone says Trump is the Antichrist.
Hold on.
No,
Eric sent me $20 to say your mod Nate is a good buddy of mine and an excellent judge of characters. So when he told me about you, I saw your stream a couple days ago. You've become my #1 over Dean and Parker. Love you all. Hey, appreciate you, man. Welcome to the party. What are we talking about? What the fuck is going on my show? What is this?
What is this? This is the Abrahamic according. This is the end of the times. You know what I'm saying? And Jesus.
You think the rapture is going to be in 2029?
So why you say 2029 then?
Wait, hold on. You said 3 years, 2026, 2027, 2028, 2029. Yeah.
30. 2030.
Oh.
I hope 2029. I hope this will be clean. Fast.
Okay.
As we plan it, because we have plans, you know what I'm saying? You guys have.
I don't know what you're saying.
Empty,
I'm not tracking.
You don't know what's going on.
I don't know.
You guys don't know what's going on.
I'm an atheist. I want your opinions about atheists.
But atheists are not part of the community. Atheists are just other pigs sharing some things with.
I don't know, man. My community has really shown some appreciation for me lately. I'm kind of like a local celebrity. I'm pretty popular around these parts.
Well,
I don't
fuck you, Jesse.
I don't think so, man. I don't think so.
I don't know, man. I participate in the community.
So we have goals. Like Trump and the Muslims and the Jew they have plans. They have a one particular belief.
Yeah. I'm just not. I could no. I could platform this type of clownery if he would. There was no continuity. He was just yapping.
I was about to say we could start quizzing him on Islamic principles and see if he was a troll or not.
That's possible.
I
We
have
could.
enough knowledge.
No, but I just feel like he wouldn't have even engaged with the questions. Is how I think that would have gone. See.
Lame, boring.
See, now you know what it's like to be on a show and to have the host kick the guest while you're trying with them. That's sometimes frustrating. But hey, host is host. Blanc sent $5 to say all atheists certainly includes children and babies who didn't grow up in a religious family, right? Yeah, probably. Siridal, thank you for becoming a supporter over on YouTube. You'll be in the members only stream Sunday evening. Bloomberg is, I think, a friendly, but we are getting near the end here, and we had a restart, so our numbers are kind of tanked for the day. Oh well. Happens sometimes. Bloomberger, I've seen you in the chat for a while. How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 50. Previously known as the paradox of tolerance. So, yeah.
Oh, of course.
Old friends.
Yes.
I just want. Do you mind if I put my camera on? I wanted to give you a view of the Astoria Migler Bridge.
Yeah, of course.
And just say something about that because I saw that was kind of a. There you go.
Wait.
Just something different for the day. Is it showing up?
No, you gotta hit save. There you go. Wait, hold on, then I'll expand you. There we go.
Yeah.
Oh, lovely.
There's my view, y'all.
Oh, nice.
And hey, I totally get why some people don't want to put their camera on. I'm a perfect example of that. But also have conviction. If you're gonna come on social media and make a point, be able to stand by it. Yeah, this is Astoria. By the way.
Hell yeah, dude.
Let's do that. Good view. This is where I listen to y'all.
Lovely.
So, anyways, that's all I wanted to come up for. You can kick me for the algorithm and move on with your day.
Appreciate you, Paradox or Bloomberger or whatever we're calling you these days. I referenced him earlier because he has that whole thing about how conservatives have become regressive, liberals have become conservative, and then it's actually progressives who are trying to do things right. Got a whole mess of emojis. Barca is potentially our last caller of the day if they want to talk about something meaningful. We shall see. Hello, how old are you? That hurt my ears. We're going to talk to Aaron Varuhis. I like the pretty colors on his profile picture. What a nice color palette. Hello, how old are you?
I'm 19.
Are you a Trump supporter?
I'm not, but I have a question.
Okay, what's up?
So, one big thing I've noticed about Trump, right? And it's a problem where it's not like an A or B answer. It's the problem of immigration or illegal immigration.
Mm-hmm.
So, illegal immigration is obviously a big issue in this country, but it's not but illegal immigrants again don't cause as much crime as regular citizens. Illegal immigrants generally don't hurt society; they help society be better. But the issue is with illegal immigration, I think that, and most people think that you can't define a country, or if a country doesn't have power over who's coming into the country,
I heard a door open and then he disconnected. Like he wasn't supposed to be on TikTok Live, maybe. Let's talk to Shadow. And we'll see what Shadow wants to talk about. Hello, how old are you?
I'm not old enough, but I just really wanted to say that I support all of you guys and what you do.
Thank you, but you're not old enough. We'll talk to Leah for a second. Take some friendlies towards the end here. Or maybe we'll get a cheeky quick debate in. Oh, I thought I connected Leah. Gonna talk to Jenna instead.
You get in my bubble all the time, and sometimes it annoys me.
Hello, Jenna. I don't think Jenna meant to connect. I'm gonna talk to Scott. Is Scott gonna be nice to me? We'll see. Hello, how old are you?
I'm 23.
Are you a Trump supporter?
Gladly not.
Good. What's up?
Yeah, so here's the thing. I live in Florida, all right, born and raised. Let me just say, on behalf of everybody, every sane person, voter in Florida, I am sorry, everyone, for the fact that, we've gone so far downhill that we have a governor who doesn't remember where he was on 9/11. But I'll tell you this, there is a tide coming for Florida, all right? We saw the Miami mayorship flip from red to blue for the first time in nearly 30 years. We saw Trump's state house seat that represents Mar-a-Lago that he voted by mail in flip from red to blue. We saw a state senate seat in Western Hillsborough County, which is very red, that has an Air Force base flip from red to blue. And there are people who are I swear to God, there are people who are seeing just how bad this state is under Republican leadership. And I honestly think that there are people are ready to take it back. And, we're tired of losing working class families that are moving out here because they can't afford to build their homes higher due to hurricanes. We're tired of the gas prices that are going back up again. We're tired of the stupid political culture wars, having to worrying about which flag can fly where over how are we going to feed ourselves.
I got to pay more attention to politics in Florida because I know I've been watching Texas pretty closely because I think Texas has got a good shot of flipping blue in the years to come. But sounds like you've got an optimistic case for Florida as well. I think people underestimate the degree to which red states like Florida flipping blue is kind of a necessity, especially with Florida's age demographic situation, where a lot of the Republican weight in the electorate for Florida comes from elderly people moving there to retire and bringing their ancient conservative values with them, which they will bring to the grave, and then we won't have to worry about them anymore. I'm looking forward to that.
Well, there's also the ultra wealthy that have moved here. That's right. It's mainly a lot of higher income people, but at the same time, there were a lot of historically blue collar families that have had to leave and sell their houses because of the sea level rise and the more severity of the hurricanes. They can't afford to build their homes higher in case it floods. So they need to sell their home, and it actually, believe it or not, the waiting period between for sale and then pending is actually longer than in other states. So that's actually bad for the seller because they'll still have to pay a bunch of electric bills or a bunch of, premiums for the house that they just sold. Yeah. Because it's still in their ownership.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's that sort of economic nuance that people don't want to consider when they look at a state like Florida and then think about its political future. But I definitely appreciate the insight about how life is in Florida. Because, these old beliefs will die. Yeah, we just need to make it until they do. That's
what's interesting is there's a huge Hispanic population in Florida, particularly in in Miami-Dade County, which voted for Trump. But like I said, the Miami mayorship flipped from red to blue, and while the city of Miami went to Kamala Harris by just 1 point, Eileen Higgins won by 19 points. And they like to say, oh, it's 2025, it's an off-year election. Well, the Miami mayorship election is always held in runoffs. And let's see here. So turnout was actually higher in this one than it was in 2021 when the MAGA Republican won by a landslide by 78 points.
Yeah, so, I think there's just a tide of unfavorability. I think you're right, which is why I'm curious. We're all curious about November. But I think that if we were sure that the elections were going to be free and fair and that there wasn't going to be any shenanigans from the Republicans in November, I'd be really confident. But it's because I'm so worried about shenanigans that I'm not so confident. So I'll be watching closely in places like Florida.
Another thing is that this is precisely the reason why DeSantis wanted to redraw the maps, because first of all, he wants to just score some little political points with Trump, maybe get a Supreme Court nomination, but also he saw the signs, especially what happened down in Miami. There were Hispanic voters that he himself had a strong hold on, that Trump had a strong hold on, that swung back towards the left, and he's afraid of that. And they want to. The thing about gerrymandering is they want to intimidate voters. They want to to scare them into not voting at all because they'll make them feel like their vote doesn't matter. But when you tie these very sparsely populated rural red areas or redneck red areas to, metropolitan bluer areas, you dilute the Republican vote. And, so what that did instead was just make a bunch of these red seats, just made them more competitive. And really, I think that's actually what we're going to see in Florida if the forecast looks like how it's going to be. Like they might actually lose seats instead.
I'll be watching, and you know, if you want, it sounds like you have really comprehensive knowledge. If you wanted to like shoot me a message with some info to look out for, I'd save that in my little resources folder that I have, because I always appreciate and some on the ground perspective from somebody who the politics directly affects. But I do want to give Leah a little time. So unless you have something else burning, I appreciate you for your time.
Yeah.
W. Scott, thank you. Leah, how you doing?
Hi, Oscar. I'm good. Thanks for having me up.
Remind me how old you are, just for the TikTok gods.
41.
Welcome to the show.
Thank you. So, I just wanted to bring up something that was touched on a little bit earlier about the, the flashing that's happening on TikTok with cameras.
Oh, yeah.
There is a change.org petition out there to ask TikTok to give hosts the tool to deny camera access to their guests.
Did we not already? Like, if you go to turn on your camera right now, can you do it? Does it give you a button?
Yes, I can turn it on right now.
Oh yeah, I guess I've never considered. There we go. Yeah, I do it. I did it just yesterday on Parker's. What am I thinking? Interesting. Yeah, that would be. I would actually prefer for that to be off by, like, if there was a switch on the little profile thing here where I could click and make them able or not able to turn their camera on. I think I'd be in favor. I should probably go sign that petition, huh?
Yes. So on change.org, you'll just want to look up. Require TikTok to provide tools that prevent cyber sexual assault.
Get it up on the screen. Should be easy to find. Change.org. Require TikTok to provide protections. Well-timed gift.
Put your mouth around it.
You did the thing again.
Could at
where
least
you were
be
looking
creative.
up.
Well, because it is up there, like on. Like
It
on my
looks on screen. You're like, oh, where is it?
Ah, get it out of here.
Swatting at it.
Yeah, no, that's funny. Yeah. This is a new petition, isn't it? This is.
Yes.
Okay, hold on.
Yes, and this was done by one of the women that is amongst the TikTok political talks. I don't remember exactly which one because I follow so many, but I really wanted to get some more eyes on this because it hasn't had much movement lately.
Thank you. I hadn't even taken into consideration. We would probably get this happening to us a lot more if Oscar was a girl.
Yes, it happens to women constantly, but also we've seen that it happens to Dean and Parker, for example, just because they have so much exposure on this app.
Right.
And cyber flashing on TikTok. That's the header of this petition, and for being up for a few weeks and only having 224
Shorn,
signatures.
you're right. It was by Shorn.
Yeah, definitely. I would say everybody watching this, go sign that. That's a good petition. I think it's a reasonably straightforward solution to give hosts that tool. I guess I haven't run into it as much of a problem. And yesterday it was a situation where I invited them to turn their camera on, so I saw it coming with the tone in his voice, which is why I was able to get it off screen so quickly. And like I said, thankfully, Dean was quick to respond with some guidance about how to elevate that through TikTok support and get law enforcement in Maine involved. Yeah, everybody go sign that petition. I think that's going to be the closing note from today's show.
All right. Well, I'm so glad you let me bring that up to your audience, and thank you for your show. I love everything you do.
Appreciate you very much, Lee. I'll see you in the chat, I'm sure.
Bye-bye.
Thanks, everybody, for hanging out. David sent $5 on Venmo to say, for the end of your stream, what's the one presidential election outcome you wish you could live in the reality where it went the other way? For me, it's 2000. A great deal of our erosion of a country can be traced back to the Bush era nonsense. Man, what's up, Jessie? Reagan is a good one. I was going to say we can go back farther, because the farther we go back, like, the more shenanigans we could have avoided, but we butterfly affect our way into, like, not really knowing how it would have gone. Because I think, like, for me, the Bush era is recent enough in memory for me to feel like I can kind of imagine how things would have gone if Al Gore was in charge of that instead of Bush. But I don't know how Al Gore would have handled 9/11. It's hard to imagine a situation where we didn't start those wars, given we all got to remember the wars were popular when they started. That's not a Bush thing. That's a people were pissed that they flew planes into buildings in New York thing. Which for, like, I mean, that's, like, personal to me as a New Yorker. But so yeah, I like get it. So I'd be very curious there. But I could also say that like not electing Kamala Harris, like that was our last chance to not look like a bunch of fucking doofuses to the rest of the world. I mean, nobody can take us fucking seriously. We did this dumb shit twice. We elected this rapey moron. Like, unbelievable. You have anything else to add today, Jessie?
No, thank you.
Linktree in the bio for the Venmo, Cash App, Buy Me a Coffee, or Patreon that allow you to become a material supporter of the show, but it doesn't cost anything to follow on all the other platforms. You can follow the show on YouTube, trying to get 10K on there, and if you're following on there, you'll get notified when the VODs get posted in the afternoon, so you can listen to me during the other hours of the day, or you can go follow me on Instagram or stuff like that. Coming up on 100K on Facebook. Maybe I should tell people to go follow me on Facebook. If you have a Facebook account, go follow me on there. 92,000 on the way up. That's been the Oskar Quentin Show on this particular Wednesday. I will see you guys tomorrow at 10 o'clock Central Time here on TikTok and YouTube. Goodbye, TikTok, and goodbye, YouTube.